Hey, the tuna man is here. All right, boys, we're gonna go. We're a few people there. In the previous story menu. Yeah, this is definitely gonna take a few hours. Bear with me here. Ooh, okay. So before, God, I'm gonna have to stop to cough and clear my voice and blow my nose. I'm probably sound like shit, but we're doing this slowly. So before In the Darkness of Shadow Moses actually unlocks, we have a couple articles about it here. This is the previous story menu, which we also had in MGS1. It had a little recap, Metal Gear 1 and 2. This is a recap of MGS1 in a lot of ways, but also adds a lot more to the background, what was going on with the Patriots, with Ames, with Nastasia, all that stuff. So it's more than just a recap. We'll go through it. Into Darkness of Shadow Moses, The Unofficial Truth. Author, Nastasia Romanenko. Review by George Franklin. So this is just a review of it. We don't have the thing yet. Only 10 pages. Some topics in the recent American past have the immediacy and power that still engage our collective imagination. Names like the Grassy Knoll or Roswell roll off their tongue with deliberateness reserved by most other nations for holy lands. With this new non-fiction account from Nastasia Romanenko, Shadow Moses, the scene of a nuclear siege 2 years ago, is set to join our ranks. Official history states that the takeover of a nuclear weapons disposal facility on a lonely outpost in the Fox Islands, Alaska, was the work of radical right-wing group. Their demands for the release of a group members their demands for the release of a group members incarcerated in federal penitentiaries were never met. An incident was speedily resolved by the successful deployment of a commando unit. BS, the author asserts. Romanenko says that she served as an advisor to the Nuclear Emergency Search Team and deconstructs what she claims to be a cover-up story by the government with precision. According to the author, Shadow Moses Island was nothing less than the U.S. Army's testing grounds for a top-secret weapon known as Metal Gear Rex, an all-terrain bipedal tank with advanced nuclear capabilities. As for the facility's takeover, Romanenko alleges that it was the U.S. military's own shadowy wetworks force, known as Foxhound, that staged an armed insurrection in a bid for Rex's possession. The government responds to this crisis by sending in a lone operative, a former Foxhound member known only by the codename Solid Snake, into Shadow Moses. His infiltration is aided by a remote mission control team consisting of an identified Colonel Campbell, a Foxhound medical chief Naomi, a radar and electronics expert Mei Ling, supposedly a teenager, and the author herself. Once on the island, Snake joins forces with Metal Gear's developer turned prisoner Otacon to eradicate the weapon of mass destruction. Among the other remarkable characters that make an appearance in Romanenko's expose is another Foxhound commando, a revolver virtuoso called Shalashaska, aka Revolver Ocelot. One of the most controversial allegations in the book deals with this figure's connection to a disavowed Russian militia led by a Colonel Lukovich. Romanenko paints a bleak picture of a 1,000-strong, highly disciplined army with nuclear weaponry, operating covertly within the American border. Even more irresistible to conspiracy scholars and students of recent history is our thinly veiled suggestion that the whole affair was planned from the beginning by certain forces inside the U.S. government. Yeah, Mei Ling was a teenager. The U.S. Army and the usual suspect of federal agencies have issued a statement denouncing the book as complete fabrication. However, with a number of detailed eyewitness accounts that back up the author's assertion cropping up daily on the web, the denials serve more to enhance the book's growing reputation. Shadow Moses is an engrossing read for casual and serious readers alike. It promises to involve readers in a meaty debate over the truth of the matter for many years to come. Excerpted from the literary review column All Booked Up, New York Mirror. Now she just openly talks about being in school and whatever. Alright. This is the tuna guy here. Tuna boy. The shocking conspiracy behind Shadow Moses. By Gary McGolden. The island of Shadow Moses lies due north of Alaska's Fox Islands, deep in the Arctic Circle. Above one of its rocky cliffs stands a cabin normally used for meteorological surveys, and it was here that I found myself, seated on a chair with my hands bound behind my back and a burlap sack covering my entire head. A blizzard rages outside, and the cabin was a dark, silent patch somewhere inside the storm. I could sense at least 4 men around me. They had been interrogating me for what felt like hours now. The burlap sack is pungent with traces of coffee beans. In the biting cold of the cabin, images of Brazil come to me unbidden. Alleys coiled through with vivid, untended profusion of flowers, children with skin like frothy chocolate, sunshine capable of burning out the cornea, erupting between palm fronds. I can feel my senses starting to fail. Me too. The man in front of me asks for the 2nd or 100th time. I'm going to ask you again. What's in the optical disc? Told you. I don't know. I just found it, okay? You're lying, you bastard. You bastard. A fist explodes into the pit of my stomach, bringing up a peanut butter sandwich of many hours ago along with the rusty taste of blood. The relentless beating and numerous knife cuts of the past hour have my whole body screaming with pain. But I refuse to tell them what they wanted. I had too much invested at this point. Too many days of dangerous investigation into the story of a lifetime. There was no way I was going to give it all up at this point. That's enough. A voice spoke up from somewhere in the back of the cabin. We have the disc back. Just get rid of him so we can get out of this place. Even in my current sorry state, I was still a journalist. He had said we had the disc back. That meant that my hosts were the original owners of the optical disc. The last piece of the puzzle was in its place. I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that everything recorded on the disc was true, and that the conspiracy I had suspected did in fact exist. At that moment I heard a window shatter. The raging storm outside seemed to gain entry to the cabin in an instant, and I heard thin screams from the captors that encircled my chair. The next second, they had already fallen heavily onto the floor. The brief confusion ended before I regained enough presence of mind to even panic. Whoever was now here, whatever had happened, my tormentors were obviously out of commission. But now I could hear measured footsteps approaching across the floor. If this person had just saved my life, who was it? Or was I about to share the other's fate? The footsteps came to a halt in front of me, but strangely enough, I did not feel any sort of a presence nearby. The burlap was slowly lifted from around my head, pulled off by an unseen hand. The stinging night air cooled my face, and my eyes gradually regained focus in the darkened room, as I could finally see who it was that stood before me. Just out of the sight of most of its citizens, a massive conspiracy determines the workings of this nation. Weapons of mass destruction secretly developed by the military. Super soldiers re-engineered into war machines through genetic manipulation. A killer virus that only targets specific individuals with deadly accuracy. Tanks that walk rather than roll and carry a nuclear payload. A covert organization. The third and most powerful political party. My encounter with which landed me in this chair in the Alaskan winter. All of these are a part of the truth I found sealed within the optical disc, and I intend to share what I have learned in the pages to follow. That includes everything I now know about the government and the secret arena where an even greater power pulls strings. This is the truth that many have glimpsed but never dared to talk about. Everything detailed in this book actually happened, and after I lived it, my world was no longer the same safe place I knew. Neither, I promise, will be yours if you have the courage to keep going. Yep. Hey, thanks for the gift of sub, Weasel. It all began a month ago. Postman rings. A month before my dramatic escape from the death of Shadow Moses, I was having late breakfast in my apartment in New York. Ever since an alien abduction episode in my childhood, I've been plagued by persistent ringing in my ears. A large patch of mud was my undoing. I slipped, fell, and was knocked unconscious. When I came to, it was already dawn. Later, I was trying to see the bump on the back of my head in the mirror when I saw it instead. A small hole, about the size of a pinprick, had been made behind my ear. You learn a little something when you watch as much TV as I did. There was no doubt that I had been abducted by a passing UFO, and had spent hours while unconscious with alien beings. Unfortunately, no one in the area recalled seeing a UFO, and not a single person had the sense to listen to my story. I realize now that this was the day I decided to uncover the truth for a living and become a journalist. But back to the present day. It turned out that the ringing wasn't in my ear, but from a doorbell. The thing shrieked somewhere south of a baritone bat sonar, barely within the range of human hearing. Blamed the mangling it took from a particular displeased visitor. Outside the door was the mailman, and in the mailman's hand was a thick manila envelope. On the envelope was a label addressed to me, A letter bomb. I pressed my ear against the envelope and concentrated hard. But not a tick from the thing, of course. No one uses analog watches and bombs these days. That's why they call it a digital age. In fact, why would there even be a watch in a letter bomb? The point is that the unlucky recipient opens it and the bomb goes off. Which means that it's actually the completely silent envelopes that are dangerous. I knew that opening the flap would send my eggs to the big omelette in the sky, but you don't get to be an investigative journalist for thinking inside the box. I tore through the bottom of the envelope and said, "Rip." No. The contents of the suspicious envelope dropped on the floor with lightning speed. In this world, you can never be too careful. Let this be a warning to you, readers. When circumstances compel you to open an envelope from the bottom, turn it upside down first. As a rule, I discovered, objects fall down, and this is what happened to the contents of my lethal envelope. Straight down to half-eaten depth of a delivery pizza forgotten on the floor. I don't recall when exactly this food item arrived on these premises, but the thing was definitely a museum piece by now. Fortunately, it wasn't a bomb, but an optical storage disc, now liberally smeared with peanut butter. The disc was the kind that comes in a clear plastic casing, through which the rainbow sheen of a circular unit shone. I gazed into it a while, thinking of the UFO from the fateful day. Anyway, I fished the optical disc out, noting the lack of a label. A quick wash at the sink got rid of the crud it had accumulated. The disc was drying by the window as I hunted through the now harmless envelope for clues. A single sheet of Xerox paper was stuck to the inside and read, "From the desk of Max Smithson, Editor-in-Chief, Mega Surprise Magazine. I'm mailing you this optical disc that was sent to the edit department. It's right up your alley. See if you could turn up something more. We'll do a book if you get enough stuff together. This is your chance for a comeback, so don't screw it up." Max is an old friend and used to manage most of my book deals. Way back when. We hadn't seen each other much since I gave up writing. Now that he has the right, not that he has the right to tell me about comebacks and screwing up, but I find myself growing excited by the prospect of writing another book. There was a problem, and it was a big one. How the hell was I going to get to the disc's content? The shocking truth within. My next door neighbor is a starving college student, and I hit him up for the use of his computer now and then. I banged on his door and screamed repeatedly until he shuffled up to the door half asleep. Once inside, I made a beeline for the piece of junk and stuck the disc into the drive. The icon appeared on the display with a gentle whir. The file name read, "In the Darkness of Shadow Moses." But an urgent click on the icon only brought up an error message. What nefarious scheme was this? What secret encryption was preventing me from accessing the data? I clicked again and again with the same result and started to gnaw on the keyboard in frustration. The starving student came running over, wailing about his equipment. He typed in some moon-man language, avoiding patches of my spit, and a frighteningly cheerful application startup screen appeared on the display. Then, lo and behold, I finally laid my eyes on a dense mass of text, the contents of the disc. At the very top it read, "In the Darkness of Shadow Moses" by Nastasha Romanenko. The starving student was being scholarly and trying to read the text over my shoulder. I knocked him out with a punch to the solar plexus and devoured the file's content. It was like a blow to the head with a frozen tuna. Maybe that's where you got the idea from. My brain was reeling from the shock. The file was full of wild stuff, top secret conspiracies, incredible genetic experimentation, cold-blooded military deployment of classified weapons, This was the most incredible stuff I have come across. The unofficial facts, according to the disc. Most readers should be aware that the series of strange military actions involving an island far to the north of Alaska's Fox Islands some 2 years ago. The island was called Shadow Moses and received a series of well documented but never explained visits of obvious significance. USS Discovery, an Ohio class ballistic missile submarine, was ordered away from its designated training area and was confirmed offshore of Shadow Moses Island. It joined an E-3C AWACS that had already and suddenly been deployed to the area, with none other than Jim Houseman, the National Security Advisor, aboard. 16 hours later, 6 F-117 Nighthawks with a full payload took off from the Galena Air Force Base for Alaska. Various theories were placed into circulation by the media at the time. Some journalists insisted that it had been a foiled invasion attempt by a foreign state. Others suspected a coup d'etat by a part of the US military. I myself wrote an opinion piece for a magazine explaining that Shadow Moses was the Ellis Island for the Greys. This diminutive Grey race is, after all, the most famous of our alien neighbors, notorious for having secret bases all over planet Earth. But according to this file, we had all been off our marks. What had instead unfolded on Shadow Moses was the most major terrorist incident in history, an apocalyptic scenario born out of a government-developed Superman project and a doomsday weapon of the same origin. On that fateful day, the nuclear weapons disposal plant on Shadow Moses had suddenly been seized by an irregular operations squad called Foxhound, aided by a group of next-generation super soldiers. And what they threatened was no less than a nuclear strike against the mainland United States. So how is it that we're still alive? Apparently, we have a man known only as Solid Snake and his solitary infiltration of the disposal facility to thank for it. Believe it or not, this is only the tip of the iceberg as far as the Shadow Moses incident is concerned. The disc contains many more horrifying facts, such as a major government conspiracy, a classified weapon described as a walking nuclear-capable tank, and advanced genetic manipulation projects. Many of these hidden dealings were discovered by Solid Snake as he carried out his mission, and it is now my job. And it is now my job is. What the fuck? And it is now my job is to relate these facts to you, the readers. Imagine proofreading this shit. Okay, that's not English. It is now my job is to relate these facts to you, the readers. But is it still a little too premature to do so? The content of the disc may, after all, be nothing more than fiction, or even a delusion. After all, who exactly is this Nastasha Romanenko? In search of Nastasha Romanenko. A quick search of the web turned up a few illuminating facts about this elusive writer. Nastasha Romanenko was at one point with the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. At the time of the Shadow Moses incident, she appears to have been a freelance military analyst, having already resigned from the agency. Nuclear and weapons technology would certainly be right up her alley. And in the disc, she states that she took part in Solid Snake's mission support. Her exact role was as a member of NEST, Nuclear Emergency Search Team, providing field expertise via radio. Her intimate involvement with the mission gives her a complete and clear grasp of the facts surrounding the case, despite the government's successful cover-up. Look at Romanenko's curriculum vitae and body of papers makes her anti-nuclear stance more than obvious. That, along with other facts about this person, suggests that she suffered a sudden chemical imbalance or is plotting a second career as a Hollywood screenwriter. Nastasha Romanenko does not indulge in expounding conspiracy theories for its own sake. Unless she suffers a sudden chemical imbalance. All very interesting. So, where is Nastasha Romanenko now? I decided to give Global Elements Inc., the book publisher, a call. Below is a complete transcript of the conversation. Me. Hello. Listen, your leftover carnival prize. What do you know about a woman named Nastasha Romanenko? Whoever it was. Hey, your village called. They want their idiot back. And what's your language, freak? Click. Clearly they're hiding something. Why else? The abrupt response and the hasty hang-up. I was on the trail of something important. Something dangerous. If the content of the disc was true, this Nastasha Romanenko was definitely the woman who knew too much. Her life would be in danger, as she must either have gone to ground or was already dead. That brief telephone conversation spoke volumes. There was a contract out on her life. If this was the price of speaking the truth and describing that disc, that picture was complete. But was everything she wrote really true? I went back to my apartment and packed the bag. I was headed for Shadow Moses. Okay, let's take like a minute here. Skyline, thank you for the 46 months resub. Oh man, that's just really unfortunate timing. This whole thing. Okay. The coldest place. I took a plane out to the northernmost domestic airport and went to see my cousin John D. John D is a hardcore Alaskan and a big-eyed tuna fisherman. When I asked him to drop me off at Shadow Moses Island during one of his trips out at sea, he turned pale and a nervous tick started up at the corner of his eye. This is a shocking conspiracy. Prax, you had to read the 2 articles first. It wouldn't even unlock otherwise. Thanks for the resub, by the way. Shadow Moses, are you nuts? All the other guys say the place is crawling with the military. If we even get close to the shore, to shine these huge searchlights in your face, and some of my buddies even got interrogated once. I felt a sudden chill of fear, along with a certainty that I was on the right track. You're a wuss, you know that? Try being abducted by a UFO, that'll teach you what's really scary. I got a family, you know? I'm not about to go messing around with the man. Okay. You get me as close as you can then. I'll swim the rest of the way. Swim? You're gonna turn into frozen tuna treat. Don't worry about that. I have an idea. We sailed out for Shadow Moses Island that day. The trip to Shadow Moses. It was colder on the dairy section and the boat pitched like a subway derailment on caffeine. I shook constantly from the cold. Wretched peanut butter into the sea and then down some more to keep warm. A few days passed in this pleasant fashion until John D., drawing lines on his chart, turned to me. I'm sorry, man, but this is as far as I can go. If you really want to do this thing, you're going to have to find your own way. There were at least 20 miles to Shadow Moses according to the chart, but John D. was already a blubbering wreck, and I didn't have the heart to strong-arm him. I steel my nerves. It's okay. Help me get ready. The plan was brilliant. I gathered a super-sized tuna and stuffed some inflated balloons inside, along with a small oil lamp to keep the interior toasty. I would cover the length of my body with the fish and dog paddle my way to the island. Any oxygen shortage could quickly be remedied thanks to the balloon, and my landing would appear to be nothing more than a large dead fish swept ashore. All I had to do was slip out of the tuna undetected and investigate the hell out of the place. Absolutely brilliant. I bore the fishy stink of the tuna skin with proper journalistic aplomb and walked to the edge of the ship's deck. The Arctic wind was numbing even through the wetsuit. but I bade John Dee a hearty farewell and jumped into the sea. But right then, disaster struck. Actually, it was a tuna spine. Its bony mass conked me hard on the back of the head from the force of the landing. I tried to right myself, but I was jammed tight against the balloons. The tuna started to sink rapidly, and I kicked my legs wildly as about a gallon of seawater rushed into my lungs. To add insult to injury, the lamp fell over, shedding its cover. I could feel the heat of the exposed flame dangerously close to my face, and smelled singed hair. This is why I hate traveling. But after what felt like hours, I found myself ashore on Shadow Moses Island. He actually made it like that. Let's take a moment here to review what happened on the island that fateful day. Romanenko's disc provides a complete answer. Shadow Moses was no ordinary weapons disposal facility, but served as a secret military training ground among other things. On that day, the Wetworth Commando Unit known as Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces Group were conducting joint exercises. Foxhound is an irregular squad of elite soldiers, equipped and armed to the teeth with the latest technology. They were long-time and strictly behind-the-scenes players throughout recent history, engaging in sabotage, selective assassinations, and other covert military operations. Wherever the United States could not officially intervene, whether it was a civil war, regional unrest, other types of low-intensity conflict, Foxhound was there. It's unlikely, however, that an average citizen has ever heard of them before. These commandos remain a top-secret government project. And then there's the Next Generation Special Forces Unit. This is a cutting-edge anti-terrorist force newly organized to cope with terrorist incidents. To cope with terrorist incidents, specifically involving weapons of mass destruction, nuclear, biological, chemical warfare. They draw heavily from former mercenary ranks and are on a diet of rigorous VR training guided by the Force 21 concept. The result is combat capability, which is rumored to surpass even those of Delta Force and DevGru, formerly known as SEAL Team 6. Most frightening of all, these soldiers have supposedly been manipulated at the genetic level to increase their combat performance. Huh? What was that noise? They were the purebreds among the dogs of war, and they turned on their masters with a surprising demand. Having seized the civilians that were on hand, they demanded that the government turn over to them the body of Foxhound's founder and combat genius, the so-called Big Boss. The government had 24 hours to comply, or a nuclear strike would be initiated. But what would motivate them to make such a demand? And how did they intend to make good their threat of a nuclear launch? With these questions still unanswered, the government decided on a seemingly reckless course of action. For this daunting task of stopping a nuclear strike and freeing hostages from the clutches of the ultimate soldiers, they sent in a single man. His name was Solid Snake, no other than a former member of the now renegade Foxhound, and a legend among mercenaries for single-handedly bringing down the fortress cities of Outer Heaven and Zanzibar land. Your reaction is probably one of incredulity. Just one guy? You may wonder. They decided to gamble the future of the entire world on a single mercenary? I'd wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment, but there is more to this mission than meets the eye, as I was later to discover. Solid Snake's remote support team. Snake was delivered to the island by the USS Discovery, Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine. He may have been the lone field operative, but there was a distinguished mission control team in contact with him by radio. The overall control of the mission rested with Colonel Roy Campbell aboard the USS Discovery. As a former commander of Foxhound, the Snake's CO during the 1999 Zanzibar land standoff, he was forcibly called out of retirement to deal with this latest crisis. Also aboard the Discovery was Dr. Naomi Hunter, a genetic engineering expert with the commercial biotech firm ATGC Inc. She was in charge of Foxhound's gene manipulation program. Mei Ling, the architect of the mission's state-of-the-art radar and communication systems, was the third team member. Apparently something of an engineer wunderkind, she developed this next-generation communication technology while still a student at MIT. At the time of the mission, she might have still been in her teens. McDonald Miller, a former Foxhound survival instructor, was the only land-bound member of the mission control team. Unlike the other four, Miller was working out of his home in Alaska at his own request. Lastly, Nastasha Romanenko, the author of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, rounded out the team as an expert on nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction. What terrorist acts were committed here? The hostages and what they tell us. The first task faced by Solid Snake upon his infiltration of Shadow Moses Island was the rescue of the hostages. Two of the captives in particular were considered top priority, but neither survived the mission. Though Snake successfully freed both men, they died suddenly in an identical manner. At the time, the mission control team tentatively attributed deaths to heart attacks, a diagnosis that was to prove starkly incorrect. The first hostage was Donald Anderson, the head of DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, the R&D body of the U.S. Department of Defense. The organization is responsible for planning and overseeing the development of new weapons technology. The other VIP hostage, Kenneth Baker, was the president of Armstech, one of the largest and most powerful defense subcontractors in the country. An overseer of the U.S. war technology and a powerful arm producer don't just happen to meet in an out-of-the-way military outpost. No one reading this account can fail to realize that these two had no business in a nuclear weapons disposal plant. And since neither Anderson nor Baker was in the habit of enjoying winter picnics, Romanenko's assertion that there was a new weapon secretly being developed on the island rings all the more true. According to her, there was indeed such a weapon, and it was close enough to completion to warrant field tests. But what exactly was this new weapon? The mother of all weapons, Metal Gear. I'm not sure if it's a term that many of you have heard. I know it only as a kind of a journalistic urban legend while I was still a beat reporter. It was a phantom bipedal tank that moved with unprecedented speed across difficult terrain, such as mountains, desert, and swamps, firing nuclear warheads from locations that were previously impossible. Once this weapon rolled off the assembly line, nuclear strikes could be made from almost any adverse terrain, and the technical nuclear map for the whole world would be rewritten. This nuclear-capable bipedal tank is said to have lurked in the wings of both Outer Heaven of South Africa, Zanzibar land, and Central Asia. One theory holds that the development had progressed to a working prototype stage, but the weapon never materialized on the world arms stage. What are you talking about? Big Boss nuked half the fucking world in Metal Gear 2. I guess maybe he doesn't know that. In a strange coincidence or casual connection, it was none other than Solid Snake who saved the world from the threat of Metal Gear during both incidents. But history does indeed repeat itself, and the specter of Metal Gear rose once again in a state-of-the-art weapons development program at Shadow Moses Island. I don't know, man. Maybe not. God damn it, give me a second. When I reached this point in the narrative, I suddenly checked myself. Wasn't Metal Gear's time effectively over? Ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union late last century, the idea of mutual assured destruction and the arms race to maintain this dangerous status quo had been fading into obsolescence. The START II treaty signed by both superpowers had already started to chip away at the nuclear stockpile even back then. In fact, the disposal facility Shadow Moses had been built to disarm and temporarily store many of these same warheads. With the very idea of nuclear weapons under serious scrutiny, why would the military invest in the development of a nuclear capable tank? Or was there something more to this weapon? The nature of the beast. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Metal Gear Rex, the newest of its kind, almost 45 feet in height, equipped with Vulcan cannons and a laser array, and shielded by a cutting-edge composite armor, rendering the unit particularly impervious to even heat high-explosive anti-tank warheads. And I haven't even gotten the truly scary part of this thing. The crown jewel of the Shadow Moses Metal Gear was its railgun technology. The gun was designed to fire nuclear warheads clear of the atmosphere, where they would automatically align themselves to the target and ride the optimal trajectory back down to Earth. So what, you may think? There's a big fat missile flying in from the sky. Who cares where it came from? Just shoot the damn thing down. But here's the catch. You won't be able to find any of Rex's warheads, let alone shoot them down. Don't believe me? It's all in numbers. Normally, ballistic missiles go through 4 phases from launch to impact. The first is a boost phase, which consists of the time between the missile's launch and the point at which it leaves the atmosphere and exhausts its supply of rocket propellant. Following the burnout, the rocket enters a post-boost phase that concludes with the separation of a re-entry vehicle that contains the warhead. The third stage is the mid-course phase, in which the re-entry vehicle separates and achieves a controlled descent back into atmosphere. The warhead's re-entry into the atmosphere and its arrival at target mark the fourth and terminal phase. Current missile defense systems are alerted to incoming ballistic missiles by detecting the rocket burn during the missile's boost stage. However, Metal Gear's missile technology employs a railgun rather than conventional rocket propulsion to achieve boost stage acceleration. As a result, there is nothing for existing missile defense systems to detect. The railgun's effectiveness is nothing short of amazing, with a range of over 3,000 miles, rivaling that of mid-range ballistic missiles. It reliably homes in within 170 feet of the target 50% of the time, placing it in the same class as high-end ICBMs. The ability of Metal Gear to conquer virtually all terrain means that the railgun can launch a stealthy nuclear strike from almost any spot on the globe. This invisible attack would make it impossible for anyone to pinpoint the origin of a given missile, even in the event of a strike. Without a clear aggressor to retaliate against, the concept of mutual assured destruction falls apart. Without the fear of MAD, the existing rules of nuclear non-engagement would no longer apply. It also wouldn't matter if the whole world knew that a nuclear missile would be launched from Shadow Moses Island. The missile defense system was helpless against the new breed of ballistic missiles. This was exactly what the terrorists counted on unleashing Metal Gear Rex and all its powerful nuclear weapons against the world. What I finally saw inside the fortress. Anyway, I trudged through the cave, sweating under the weight of my trusty tuna. Soon the rocks gave way to smooth walls and a row of bright lights. I had finally arrived. This was no doubt the cradle of insurrection, that military facility which Solid Snake so brilliantly penetrated. The eye of the storm that threatened to engulf the world. Yeah, no. Fortunately, there was not a soul to be seen. I could, however, hear a faint cry amidst the whistle of the wind. "Gary, help me." I couldn't believe my ears. How could anyone on a remote island that I'd never visited know my name? I took a good cautious look around and saw a familiar figure among the steel pillars in the corner. It was John D., my cousin, who so carelessly pitched me overboard into the sub-zero water only a few hours ago, was now sitting on the ground, tied to a post. What had happened? Help, Gary! I trotted over to where he was calling pathetically, the tuna heavy on my back. He smiled weakly when he saw me. What the hell happened to you, John D.? I asked, crouching down next to him. I don't know. Right after I let you off, this black helicopter came around. A helicopter? Yeah, kind of squarish black one. The next thing I know, I'm tied up here. Gary, why are you still wearing that fish? Was there more to this as I suspected? Who was responsible? The military? Or that mysterious group mentioned in the disc? The one whose authority outstrips even that of the President of the United States. My thoughts were interrupted by sudden gunfire. I instinctively pulled the tuna over me again. Gary, you gotta help me. Untie me, will you? Where was the shooter? The bullets were wildly ricocheting off the posts, making it impossible for me to pinpoint the origin. If I stayed put, I was dead meat. What should be my next course of action? Untie me, man, Gary. Don't call me Gary. I'm just a tuna. I started to run, dodging bullets and sprinting up the stairs. I was unstoppable, speeding away like a gazelle in a large fish skin. Farewell, cousin John G. There were responsibilities greater than your safety that I must shoulder. Mine is high and lonely path. Solid Snake versus the Army of Darkness. Let's take this moment to review Solid Snake's footsteps. The nuclear weapons disposal facility that he had infiltrated was crawling with terrorists, and engaging the enemy was unavoidable. This was a battlefield, no mistake about it. Snake's progress has been impeded at every step by the patrolling squad's super genome soldiers, and such formidable foxhounds as Psychomantis, the master of psychokinesis and mind reading, the chameleon-like decoy octopus, the chain gun-wielding giant Vulcan Raven, and Sniper Wolf, one of the best marksmen in history. The following is a profile of individuals whose involvement with the government conspiracy seems to be most intimate. The information should help make clear the terrifying truth about this case more. The information should help make terrifying truth about this case more clear. Revolver Ocelot, an ex-Spetsnaz, also known as Shalashaska. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he found lucrative contracts as a mercenary in conflict-ridden regions throughout the world. His activities led to his recruitment by the U.S. government and his entry into Foxhound. As his codename indicates, he is a brilliant marksman whose preferred weapon is a revolver. Ocelot challenged Snake when he came looking for Kenneth Baker, the president of Armstech, Inc., but the battle never reached the conclusion Ocelot wanted due to the sudden intrusion of the stealth camouflage-clad cyborg ninja. The ninja's sword cut a deadly arc right through Ocelot's right arm, and Ocelot retreated in agony. The Russian sharpshooter also served as a liaison between the terrorist band and the Russian militia led by renegade Colonel Golukovich. According to Foxhound leader Liquid Snake's master plan, the Russian militia would join them on Shadow Moses after the nuclear strike had been launched. They would then commence an all-out assault on the rest of the world from their safe retreat on the island. With nuclear missiles that could neither be detected nor defended against. Over 1,000 first-class Russian soldiers, next-generation genome commandos, and the combat skill of tactical cunning of Foxhound, this new army's objective was nothing short of World War III. The Ninja. The mystery figure equipped with a reinforced exoskeleton and stealth camouflage confounded Snake as well as the terrorist with his superhuman strength and agility. His interest seemed not to have been what was happening within the facility. Evidence suggests that he was there solely to engage Snake in battle. It was through such an encounter that Snake realized the identity of the ninja. His name had been Gary Fox, and he was supposed to have been killed by Snake, his best friend. This may seem This may seem surprising, but the dead coming back to life is a fairly routine occurrence. There are examples throughout the world to prove the fact. When a Roland Gray's grave was relocated in 1952, there were deep gouge marks discovered on the inside of the Hungarian farmer's casket lid. It looked as though the dying man had tried to claw his way out of a coffin. On a brighter note, a Japanese man named Jin Emon Natakama walked out of a South cave in 1914, and a full 10 years after he had gone missing while exploring the same caves. His family was doubly astonished to discover that he had apparently not aged a day since they last saw him. All this makes complete sense to me, and it should to you as well, in a moment. 2 words: pyramid power. I had no doubt that Gray Fox was forced to undergo the same revival process by military scientists in the course of horrific genetic experiments. What the fuck is he on about? Okay, that's how Gray Fox survives Metal Gear 2, apparently. Liquid Snake. Liquor Snake. I know exactly what you're thinking as you hear the name of the man who led Shadow Moses' uprising, and my answer is yes. Solid Snake, our hero, and Liquid Snake are none other than twin brothers. They are not, however, twins in the usual sense. This is yet another manifestation of the US military's dangerous love affair with genetic engineering. The 2 snakes are fighting machines created through the so-called Project Les Enfants Terribles. The rumors that the government is attempting mass production of super soldiers are numerous and persistent. Just the other day, I came across something called D-People EO, a humanoid combat droid. Development on the outer shell had gone off without a hitch, but the unit had to have a human being inside to function, which decreased its utility somewhat. The military finally realized that the fact late in the game and pulled the plug. There was also a plan to use a well-known psychokinetics DNA material to breed an army of gifted soldiers. Unfortunately, someone pointed out that there is indeed no spoon, at least not in a normal combat situation. Matrix reference, of course, with all the shades they had here. Solid and liquid snakes, however, were successfully created from their father, Big Boss's genetic material. They were literally born to be extraordinary soldiers, and it was no surprise that when they finally met, the result would be a titanic confrontation. What I saw on the roof. I hauled myself and the tuna up the steps, dodging the invisible sniper. The spiral staircase seemed to go on forever. Just as I was about to give up the climb, I saw the exit to the roof. I pulled open the door and lurched into the faintly lit gloom. Sub-zero wind felt soothing on my overworked body. I laid the tuna down and sat down next to it, trying to catch my breath. The enemy may pursue me even here, but I had nothing left in me to run with. I pulled out my hip flask of peanut butter and bourbon and took a long swig. The fiery liquid slid down my throat, hot and thick. Peanut butter is my Waterloo. When I was a kid, I was a wuss. I wouldn't eat peanut butter like other red-blooded children. One day, I decided to confront this weakness of mine and put myself on a peanut butter overload. Anything I put in my mouth had to have peanut butter on it. I piled the stuff on everything from chili dogs without onions, my favorite dish, to spearmint gum to my girlfriend's lips. The inevitable result was that I came to hate peanut butter. If I didn't much like it before, I now loathe it with abandon. If I could gather the entire world's supply of peanut butter and dump it in the Bermuda Triangle, I would. As it is, all I can do is eat as much of the stuff as I can, Peanut butter. I will always hate you. How does that song go? And I will always hate you. No, that's not it. Will always. I must. It must be another song I'm thinking of. Can't remember. Snow is starting to cover my shoes. Where was my tuna? Oh, there it is, right next to me. Bright light in my eye. Now I remember what day it is. June 24th, the anniversary of my UFO abduction. Why am I so sleepy? And what is that sound? It was a chopper, a squarish black one, and it was coming closer. Foxdie, the secret assassination virus. If you recall, I wrote that two hostages, the DARPA chief Donald Anderson and Armstead president Kenneth Baker, died of a heart attack while they were being rescued by Solid Snake. The actual cause of their death, however, was a specifically engineered assassination virus called Foxdie. Foxdie is a retrovirus that kills only select people. Its development was passed on to Naomi Hunter from her predecessor. Once Foxdie finds its way into the target's system, the person dies almost immediately. It's practically a viral equivalent of spontaneous human combustion. Dr. Hunter had injected Solid Snake with this virus, and as he unwittingly made contact with his targets one by one, they fell prey to the retrovirus's power. But the decision to infect Snake was not hers. The order, in fact, came directly from the Pentagon. The Defense Department's goal. The true objective of the DoD was to selectively assassinate the perpetrators of the terrorist uprising. All Snake had to do was come into contact with the targets. The mission objectives he was actually given, namely to stop the nuclear launch and rescue the hostages, were nothing more than a smokescreen. By simply sending Snake in as a disease vector, the Pentagon stood to reclaim their expensive investments, Metal Gear, and the bodies of the Genome soldiers with little risk of damage. The Pentagon also believed that Foxdie would successfully cover up the incident by virtue of its lethality. However, Naomi Hunter's re-engineering of the virus cast great doubts on the reliability of Foxdie itself. Even though the nature of her manipulation was unknown, the Pentagon decided to take extreme measures to counteract its development. The bomber on the horizon. Alarmed by the news of Dr. Hunter's tampering, the then Defense Secretary Jim Hausman personally took over as the mission's commander and headed for Shadow Moses on an AWACS. Around the same time, a bomber took off from a base in Galena, Alaska, carrying a payload of surface-piercing B-61-13 tactical missiles. The Defense Secretary had decided on a more direct approach to cover-up. Fighting nuke with nuke, it was a rationale that smacked of a return to the arms race, and Snake was furious. He had already succeeded in destroying Metal Gear Rex, and the terrorist incident was over for all intents and purposes. Was a nuclear airstrike to be his prize for accomplishing all this? As it turned out, the airstrike never happened. Somebody had countermanded Jim Hausman's orders. You may think that only person with the authority to override the orders of the Secretary of Defense was his Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. But like most things in this account, the truth is far from obvious. The hand that stopped the nuclear strike was that of a shadowy secret society. But what kind of a group is it whose power outstrips even that of the American presidency? The phase of the enemy. When I came to, I was sitting in a weather station cabin with a burlap sack on my head and my hands tied behind my back. So this is the way it ends, I thought dimly. I haul myself all the way out to this pimple on the Arctic and die at the hands of invisible executioner without finding out a thing. One of my captors moved in closer and started to rummage through my inside chest pocket. I cursed inwardly. This was where I carried Nastasha Romanenko's disc. The entire account of the Shadow Moses incident. Why would he bring it with him? My policy is, the best way to ensure something doesn't get stolen is to have it with you at all times. That's why. Clearly, I needed to reevaluate that one. That man easily found and seized the disc. "What is this?" he demanded. "Whatever it is, it's worth more than you." I responded with as much menaced dignity as the burlap on my head allowed. "Well, well, that is something." What followed was both highly tedious and painful, and nothing of great significance was said until that electrifying statement, "We have the disc back." We've now come full circle since the start of my account, and caught up to the point where it originated. It was unclear how the disc had gotten to Max Smithson's at Mega Surprise, but my captor's words indicated that the disc had originally belonged to them. Either that, or they were the ones who wanted it the most urgently. I took my courage in my hands and opened dialogue with them. "Yo, you guys happen to be that secret society whose power outstrips even that of the American presidency? Answer me, you artificial coloring in a cheap drugstore candy cane." This had the exact effect I hoped for, namely, to send them into a violent fit of rage. It must have hit pretty close to home. The contents of the disc were as good as verified. This was indeed the disc, the secret society whose power outstrips even that of the American presidency. In my delight, I hardly paid attention to the obscenities that were being screamed at me, nor to the distinct sound of a gun being pulled out of its holster. It was then that the cabin suddenly erupted into controlled chaos. It seemed only seconds from the time the window was smashed in to the moment I realized that my captors had been decimated, and I was alone with my savior. Who was this human whirlwind? I was ready to lose my lunch from the curiosity and terror. I could taste the peanut butter in my mouth. I could hear the enigma walk up to me and lift the burlap sack off my head. I concentrated on the hammering of my heart for a moment, then slowly looked up. There was nobody there. I could see nothing, sense nothing, but someone was untying the ropes binding into my wrists. Invisible hands placed themselves on either side of my head in a strange parody of a coronation. They deftly removed the bandana I had earlier fashioned into a clumsy bandage for my bruised head. The faded piece of cloth was not my own, but a foursome found on the beach. I reached for the unseen figure with my shaking hands, but with one quick flick of the bandana, it was gone. There were more surprises to come. As I gingerly moved my stiff body, I felt an unfamiliar bulk against my chest, and discovered the precious optical disc, miraculously recovered. Not only that, but there were enough backup copies to fill me with awe and pop the stitches on my flimsy pocket. I thought of my mysterious savior, possessed the superhuman fighting abilities, invisible, capable of burning discs in an instant. There was only one possible explanation. It had to be an alien, probably the little gray kind. Life after Shadow Moses. And so I came in from the cold to my hole of an apartment in New York, my trusty tuna beside me. The landlord mentioned that my neighbor, the starving student, had gone missing recently. It could be that I was nosing around the wrong information from his machine. If I ever see him alive again, I should apologize. I am currently banging out this manuscript on an antique typewriter. This is the truth as described in the optical disc, and as elaborated and verified by my own experiences on the fearsome island. As this account draws to a close, my thoughts dwell more and more on Nastasha Romanenko, the woman who risked everything by recording the facts of the incident onto this disc. I think it was her way of giving voice to the victims of this mission, the casualties of nuclear weapons throughout modern history, and to all the lives disrupted and damaged by the elaborate government conspiracy. Her will was passed on to a counterculture journalist in New York City. That's me. And the truth is now out there for all to see, just as she dreamed. Readers, the responsibility to disseminate the facts of the Shadow Moses incident is now yours. What will you risk to know the truth? Publishers afterward. This nonfiction work was based on the factual account written by Nastasya Romanenko, a military analyst who allegedly took part in a secret mission to counter a terrorist incident on Alaska's Shadow Moses Island. Her account was published in its original unabridged form as In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, after the successful publication of this volume. Gary McGolden, the author, is a journalist and non-fiction writer who is best known for his past bestseller, The Telekinetic Powers of the Loch Ness Monster, the true energy source of UFOs. The details of McGolden's adventures in Shadow Moses remain uncorroborated, but there are serious doubts as to his tuna-aided landing on the island. There is in fact ample evidence that he was swept out to another small island several miles south of Shadow Moses and failed to realize that fact. McGolden was seemingly vanished into thin air following the manuscript's arrival at our humble offices. While this has been a source of great pleasure to our accounting department, I sincerely hope that this notoriously fickle but talented writer is hard at work on a follow-up to this volume. Though certain aspects of the book require further fact-checking, this alone should not dissuade you of the veracity of many of its main assertions, nor should you dismiss the contents of Nastasya Romanenko's disc outright. Instead, readers should approach this account with an open mind and a sense of adventure, much as Gary McGolden did when he first received the disc in the mail. I should note, however, that Gary was mistaken about one thing. I never mailed him that disc. Max Smithson's editor-in-chief Mega Surprise magazine. Ooh. Alright, holy shit, boys. Here it is, the actual thing. In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, the unofficial truth. It's only 324 pages. That was the appetizer. The 2 articles and the review and... Alright. We're gonna take a few minutes here. My poor voice. Oh man, you can't stay on that screen? That sucks. Okay. Whoa, holy fuck. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna take a few minutes for this. What should we play? get comfy, and do this slowly. Dedicate this book to the casualties of Shadow Moses, as well as to all those who suffered the tyranny of nuclear weapons, and to Richard Ames, Nastasha Romanenko. Prologue. Shadow Moses Island, whatever coordinates. Even the local fishermen rarely venture to this outcropping of land. Yet the incident of all incidents took place in this remote isle, north of Alaska's Fox Islands. A number of confirmed facts undermine the U.S. government's denial of the entire affair. Among those are the sudden appearance of the Ohio-class nuclear submarine USS Discovery off Shadow Moses, far away from its designated position, and an official record shows that a squadron of 6 fully armed F-117 Nighthawks departed from Galena Air Force Base for Alaska and scanned 16 hours later. In another, possibly related event, an E-3C AWACS, an emergency deployment to the Alaska area, is said to have had none other than the then National Security Advisor Jim Houseman. Jim Houseman has his onboard VIP. What exactly happened on Shadow Moses? There was no lack of rumors to account for this series of unusual military activities. An armed incursion, a coup attempted by a branch of the military, and other theories made its way to the public table. I can state unequivocally that none of them came close to the truth. What actually took place was the single greatest terrorist incident in modern history. It was an act of political violence on a scale the world had never seen. A blow that threatened to send Damocles' sword of nuclear warfare into a freefall. Most significant of all, the attack stemmed from so-called black projects, which the US government had been conducting in top secret, away from public scrutiny. I have in my hand 2 optical discs. One contains the entire record of events that took place in Shadow Moses Island that fateful day. The takeover of a nuclear weapons disposal plant by an armed group. Other key points of this incredible record are the identification of perpetrators as the government's own genetically enhanced next-generation commandos and the covert Special Forces Squad, FOXAN, with a long, dark history of secret intervention. The existence of one Metal Gear Rex, a bipedal nuclear-capable tank whose development was one of the most classified projects of all time. The discovery of a massive government conspiracy. The activities of a former Foxan operative who single-handedly took on this daunting situation and averted the crisis. A man who is only known by his code name, Solid Snake. The other remaining disc holds the details of Project Foxdie, a massive cover-up, which the US government planned and executed in order to prevent exposure. There are, after all, forces within the US government who seek to maintain the military power structure established in the last century, and will not hesitate to resuscitate the terror of nuclear arms in order to achieve that end. My intent is to expose their activity and the entirety of the Shadow Moses affair through this book. Only then can we hope to free the coming generations from the damned Nosa Hereditas of the 20th century nuclear arms race. I looked up from the mass of documents at the sound of the doorbell. On the monitor in front of me was a half-finished status report of the resurgence of nuclear arms development in a certain Middle Eastern state. The UNSCOM, United Nations Special Commissions, had officially requested a survey by the UN weapon inspectors and had been refused entry. Tensions were once again running high in the Gulf. As a military analyst whose specialty was nuclear arms, I was under contract from a think tank to produce a study of the situation. It was due the day after the next, and interruptions were definitely not welcome. I ground out my cigarette in the ashtray and stepped out of the study. All visitors to my house are checked via surveillance camera and then let in through a heavy gate. The property itself is surrounded by a high wall. It may seem like overkill for a beach community, but security is a necessity in greater Los Angeles, if only to keep out the legion of swimsuit-clad tourists. However, there was nobody to be seen at the gate. It was either a prank or the camera was malfunctioning. Reluctant to investigate, but feeling unsettled nevertheless, I headed back to the study and sat back down at the computer to continue my work. Just then, someone spoke behind me. "You always were a little careless." I spun around, kicking my chair over. There was a man standing at the entrance of the study, slouching in a well-tailored suit. "Richard." He caught my eye and grinned. Ignoring my surprise, he strolled into the room, gazing around at the pile of books and papers. And still as disorganized as ever. He shrugged his shoulders in a familiar gesture, triggering a wave of memories laced with bitterness. Richard Ames and I were married. Once upon a time, we were both young and working for the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. We spent much of our brief marriage in disagreement over virtually every issue, and just as I came to realize that our union was a mistake, he disappeared from my life. A while later, I received the paperwork for divorce from his lawyer. There was a generous alimony offer involved, which I refused. Not only did I find the thought of owing him anything intolerable, I also wanted to prove that he was not the only one who could walk away without an explanation. The divorce was finalized without us ever meeting face to face, and we were legally strangers once again. In the 5 years since, I quit the DIA and became a freelance analyst. I had not seen Richard at all, nor heard of his whereabouts. "How did you get in here?" I demanded. After all, attempting to scale the wall, force the front door, would immediately trigger the security system. But he refused to be ruffled. "If you're going to use flimsy lock like that, may as well not bother. I'd recommend a more professional security setup." "Does the term breaking and entering mean anything to you, Richard?" "You know, law isn't my field of expertise," he replied nimbly, and peered over my shoulder at the report on the computer display. "A radioisotope projectile separator, uranium-235 production, feasibility for high-speed gas centrifuge. This must be about that Middle East nuke development. Looks like your career is going well. That's great." I pushed Richard aside and asked him flatly, "What do you want?" He took a step back and regarded me with a slightly mischievous smile. "What, you afraid I came back to give us another chance?" He let the silence linger as if to relish my reaction. Then, suddenly formal, he continued, "It's an official request from the DIA." He placed a folder on the desk. "I'm asking you for your cooperation as a member of NEST. NEST stands for Nuclear Emergency Search Team, a group that operates on the Department of Energy budget. It was established in 1974 to provide technological support to the FBI in areas of intelligence, investigation, site securement, damage containment, and medical response during incidents involving criminal threats of nuclear weapon use. Call it a band of experts on nuclear terrorism, if you will. NEST consists of independently contracted scientists from federally funded research entities like Los Alamos and Lawrence Livermore, and military specialists from a group dealing with nuclear arms issues. I happen to be one of the latter group." Richard was opening the file folder. "You've heard of Shadow Moses Island, I assume?" I nodded assent. I had indeed heard of the remote place north of Alaska's Fox Islands. Though it was hardly public knowledge, the island was home to a nuclear weapons disposal facility. According to the terms of START II, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, the total number of nuclear warheads owned by the U.S. and Russia were reduced in somewhere between 3,000 and 3,500 in the later decades of the 20th century. The outcome was a massive number of warheads in need of disposal when there was already a shortage of storage space for radioactive materials. As a result, warheads had to be kept somewhere before they could be dismantled, and their radioactive elements extracted for long-term storage. The Shadow Moses facility was the answer. It was the crystallization of the forces of nuclear proliferation, political engineer that gives preference to delaying a solution rather than producing one, and a hidden military agenda to preserve what it could of the old nuclear stockpile. Richard took out several photographs from the folder and handed them to me. They all appear to be satellite captures of the nuclear weapons disposal plant on Shadow Moses Island, perhaps acquired from the NRO, National Reconnaissance Office. There were multiple human figures around the building structures. Richard broke the silence. The disposal plant was seized by terrorists. I looked up sharply at the news, but his next words left me speechless. And the ringleaders are Foxhound members. An irregular team of the best commandos the military has to offer, armed with cutting-edge technology. That was Foxhound. The best of the best and completely unknown to the public they ostensibly serve. Their function was to intervene in the kind of low-intensity conflicts the U.S. could not officially touch. They were the shadow soldiers of numerous regional conflicts and civil wars, shaping history with sabotage, selective assassination, and other covert acts of war. Richard had more to say. It's not just Foxhound that's involved in this. Foxhound was conducting joint exercises with the next generation special forces, and they're a part of the takeover as well. The next generation special forces is an aggressive anti-terrorism squad deployed to counter acts of political violence involving weapons of mass destruction, such as nuclear, biological, chemical warfare methods. The combat philosophy is derived from the one used for Force 21, and most of the recruits come from a mercenary background. The men are intensively trained in VR environment, and their combat capability is estimated to be well beyond even those of Delta Force or the Night Stalkers. While the government categorically denies the accusation, there are persistent rumors that the men have been genetically enhanced to increase tactical advantage. Foxhound and the next generation special forces. They were without a doubt the most skilled group of fighting men produced by the U.S., and they had hijacked the nuclear arsenal. Richard had more bad news. There are also civilian hostages involved. Two of them happen to be the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, and Kenneth Baker, the president of Armstech Inc. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency is the research satellite of the U.S. Defense Department, charged with planning and leading the development of new weapons technology. AT happens to be one of the top 3 defense contractors in the country. There is no such thing as a coincidence, especially in the kind that involves the head of these 2 organizations meeting in an out-of-the-way nuclear weapons disposal plant. I decided to be direct with Richard. There was something going on in that disposal facility, I take it? Let me guess. Demonstration of a new weapon. How should I know? Shadow Moses is also a prime Northern Lights observational locale, you know? Whatever Richard knew, he wasn't telling. But his evasiveness only confirmed my suspicion. Whatever was going on, this was an ordinary terrorist incident. With that in mind, I moved onto another point. What are their demands? They want a body. Not just any corpse, though. They want Foxhound's founder, Big Boss. Legendary soldier, best fighting man of the 20th century, the whole works. His body, why would they want something like that so badly? No idea, but unless they have it within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear strike. Richard glanced at the watch coolly, so we have about 19 hours. You don't seem too worried. The DoD is already working on the situation. Just as I suspected. Richard always has a plan in place and the machinery in motion before opening up to someone else. All he asks for Mother's is approval after the fact. Shadow Moses is completely locked down. We had to rule out deploying an entire assault team. Instead, we're inserting a single operative to free the hostages and prevent nuclear strike. Impossible. Possible for Solid Snake. Solid Snake, the former Foxhound, a legend among mercenaries, for single-handedly bringing down the fortress cities of Outer Haven and Zanzibar land. Yes, with Solid Snake in the picture, there was a possibility of success, but still. USS Discovery, an Ohio-class nuclear submarine, is already in place with Snake aboard. So the plan was already a go. I looked Richard in the eye and held his gaze. And what do I have to do with all this? He grinned. Snake may be a legend, but he knows jack about nuclear weapons, which is why I'm asking you to be a part of mission support. We'll have you set up in no time. Right on cue, two men started to move a large piece of hardware, apparently communication equipment, into the study. Richard nodded toward the bulky load. I'd like you to be available for Snake for consultation via satellite link-up. As soon as the equipment was in place, an engineer type started to make adjustments. I could see another group of men setting up a satellite dish in the backyard. They were all in civilian clothes, but not a few of them had the build and oddly fitting jacket that marked them as armed military personnel. Clearly, refusal was not an option. But there was still something that puzzled me. Nest has a small investigative team, SRT, on standby at all times for immediate response. They were stationed at Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, just over in Nevada. Clearly, they were the natural choice for this assignment. And if not the SRT, the DIA had a number of qualified nuclear weapons specialists. Richard had started to direct his men on where to set up the equipment, but I interrupted him. Why me? He turned and answered without missing a beat. I need people I can trust. There's too much at stake. It was a lie. That Richard Ames I knew trusted no one, but it was clear that whatever the reason, he did not intend to tell me. It's a good thing I was in. What would you have done if I weren't? You had to be somewhere. We would have located you. I'm sure you would have. So, are you in? I took a deep breath. Of course. I don't enjoy being a pawn, especially Richard's, but I had no intention of standing by while nuclear terrorism was in progress. A nuclear strike takes an untold number of lives, all in a blink of an eye. Adults and infants, women, men, it kills indiscriminately. If there was a chance that I could do something to stay the hand of nuclear button, I had to do it. So, everything is set. Richard slapped a fist into the other palm. Insertion was a success. Snake is on Shadow Moses. Richard walked into the study with the update he'd just received from one of his men. The study was almost unrecognizable, thanks in part to racks of communication hardware. Cables snaked across every square inch of available space, and engineers and DA agents were coming and going in controlled chaos. The place looked like what it now was, a temporary mission control room. Richard laid a hand on my shoulder. You should be hearing from him soon. You're clear on how to use the radio? I nodded assent. While the engineers were busy setting up the equipment, I had been briefed on its use as well as the mission. Snake had been delivered to the general area of Shadow Moses Island by USS Discovery, Ohio-class nuclear submarine. He was then ejected from the submarine on a swimmer delivery vehicle, SDV, which he abandoned once within the range of underwater listening devices located near the disposal plant. He would swim the rest of the way in the freezing cold Bering Sea water. This last leg of the insertion struck me as nothing short of suicidal, until I learned that Solid Snake was outfitted with a state-of-the-art sneaking suit and had been injected with a compound designed to prevent the onset of hypothermia. In addition, while Snake would be the only field operative involved, he would be in radio contact with the support team during much of the mission. The members of the support team drew from a wide range of backgrounds. The mission control officer was Colonel Roy Campbell, who would remain aboard the USS Discovery. I knew him by reputation alone. He was a former Foxhound commander and Solid Snake's CO during the quelling of the 1999 Zanzibar land uprising. He had retired soon after, but from the looks of things, he had been called out of retirement for this mission. Dr. Naomi Hunter, a genetic engineer expert on a temporary assignment from the Gentech giant ATGC, was also on the team. She had apparently been leading the biotech the bioengineering program for Foxhound. Richard matter-of-factly confirmed that both Foxhound and the next generation special forces had been undergoing genetic manipulation to enhance their combat capability. I have a difficult time grasping what we had come to, modifying a person's essential genetic structure for the sake of creating a better soldier. Also aboard the Discovery was Bei Ling, the inventor of a new radar and communication system deployed for this mission. She was something of an engineering wunderkind, an MIT student who had managed to turn the current protocol of secure communication completely on its head. The last of the support team was McDonald Miller, a former survival instructor for Foxhound. Unlike the rest of us, he had volunteered his services upon receiving news of the incident of Shadow Moses. Like myself, he was working via satellite link-up from his home in Alaska. Or was he? The five of us were mere uh, the five of us were more than equipped to support Snake from our respective areas of expertise. But Snake was still the lone field operative, and the mission was a desperate one. Despite that, Richard maintained that this was the most workable plan produced by the DoD situational analysis. In hindsight, perhaps I should have suspected something then. The signs of a conspiracy were there, cleverly disguised as it was in a seemingly reckless mission plan. But we failed to see it, and both Solid Snake and I were to regret our folly bitterly. It's time, Nastasia. Richard called out as the call signal came on. The line was already live, and I nodded to him and took my position. I could feel myself growing keener, more on edge. This is Nastasia Romanenko. Good to meet you, Solid Snake. You're the new expert that the Colonel was talking about? The voice I responded over the radio was, above all things, calm. Here was a man operating alone out of a deeply hostile territory, and I could sense nothing resembling tension or impatience in his tone. Instead, it was as level and unruffled as someone answering a routine telephone call at their office desk. Impressed, I continued on. Correct. If you have any questions about nuclear technology, all you need to do is ask. My department is military analysis, so I should be able to provide support with weapons information as well. I was called into this mission as a Nuclear Emergency Search Team, NEST, consultant, and I'd like to emphasize that my cooperation was freely given. I have no intention of allowing any nuclear strikes on my watch, let alone the rogue kind. Let me work with you on this one. You get to the point fast, don't you? There's a missile that's about to fly. A nuclear strike can never be someone else's problem, and I'm not good at standing around twiddling my thumbs. Not that I can do a little more than advise in this case. That fact was all too obvious. Snake was the one who was putting his life on the line in Alaska, and I was safe and sound in California. All I could do was talk over the radio. Snake's voice became less abrupt. It may not seem like much, but it's enough. No one's asking you to come out here and fight. That's my job. Anyway, Nastasia, I'll be counting on your help. All these retranslated and just one-liners, man. Ugh. It was a strangely comforting voice, a voice that inspired trust. Same here. As I answered, I resolved myself to do everything in my power to help him complete the mission. The nuclear weapons disposal plan of Shadow Moses dates back to 2002. It was built solely for the purpose of temporarily storing nuclear warheads slated for disposal. I started to brief Snake on the background of the disposal facility, running through the points he needed to know. My first short exchange with Solid Snake ever, I was beginning to understand why he was called the man who makes the impossible possible. The icy calm in the face of insurmountable difficulty, the absolute confidence, made it suddenly seem possible that he would pull off this deadly mission. He had the power to make me believe. I grew conscious of Richard's gaze. What? Oh, just that you have a kind of glow about you when you're working. I like it. A glow? Funny, you used to call it workaholism in the past. You found it very unappealing, I recall. Time flies. People change their minds. It's called nostalgia. You'll dislike it again soon enough. Perhaps. Richard continued to look at me. Solid Snake certainly managed to live up to his reputation. He had readily wove his way through the enemy patrols and infiltrated a nuclear weapons disposal plant, where he made contact with Donald Anderson, the DARPA Defense Advanced Research Project Agency director. Throughout the mission, we had radio monitoring capability over Snake's every movement thanks to his internal nanomachines. It was through this access channel that I learned a shocking fact. Donald Anderson, discovered in solitary confinement by Solid Snake, confirmed that the terrorists had full nuclear capability and that Shadow Moses Island was the site of a field exercise for Metal Gear. Metal Gear. The very mention of that name sent me reeling. It was the ultimate weapon, a nuclear-capable bipedal tank that could launch a rapid and accurate nuclear strike from virtually any terrain, from mountains to marshlands to desert dunes. It could bestow the dubious privilege of initiating a missile strike from sites that were previously out of the question as launch locations. For that very reason, analysts had long predicted that if brought into fruition, Metal Gear technology would rewrite the tactical map of the world. There are speculations that this unholy grail weapons development was being pursued late last century in the South African fortress state of Outer Heaven, then in the ultra-nationalist sovereignty of Zanzibar land in Central Asia. One source went so far as to claim that a working prototype had been produced, but the weapon never made it into the world military stage. Did everybody just forget that Big Boss nuked half the world in Metal Gear 2? Okay, instead it was destroyed by a Special Forces operative. The squad in question was Foxhound, and the operative was a man codenamed Solid Snake. I briefly wondered if there was some strange quirk of fate that had brought Snake into this latest incident, but I knew Richard too well. Snake had to have been called in because of his past battles. Whoever had planned this mission had been thorough, and the more I realized the fact, the less I liked it. A few days ago, I interviewed a high-ranking DoD official and led the conversation on the subject of Metal Gear. His response at the time was that the US had very little interest in developing a weapon like Metal Gear, not that he officially admitted such a thing as a Metal Gear existed, on a purely hypothetical level, if such a technology were available. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, nuclear arsenals built to enforce the idea of mutually assured destruction had lost its justification, and the detergent argument was losing ground. In the current multilateral world order, rife with smaller regional powers, as he put it, development priority lay with cruise missiles and smaller weapons with lower lethality than could be carried by stealth bombers. He also went on to note that Metal Gear, with its affinity for rough terrain, would be extremely difficult to discover and destroy. Hence, it was the perfect nuclear strike system for rogue states. He was deeply concerned that if such non-democratic sovereignties were to get a hold of Metal Gear technology, the resulting upset in the balance of military power would lead to a massive rupture in world order. It was a fear that I myself shared. An artifact of the Cold War, the Devil's Candy, created by nuclear proliferation. That was what Metal Gear seemed to be. The Devil's Candy. Nice. So why was this weapon, a cutting-edge technology that was politically long obsolete, being developed once again on American soil? It was possible that the Defense Department wanted to restore last century's nuclear strategy to the national agenda. Or did this new Metal Gear have something that set it far apart from Metal Gear as I knew it? Anderson had more to say. Metal Gear's launch key consisted of two separate passwords, one held by Anderson himself and the other by Kenneth Baker, the president of Armstech. Anderson's own password was already in the terrorist's hand, as he feared that the same was true for Baker's. A renegade Foxhound psychic, codenamed Psycho Mantis, had literally read Anderson's mind and obtained the key. The bottom line was that the terrorists could activate Metal Gear and launch the missile whenever they pleased. The worst case scenario had come true. However, Anderson revealed that there was still a way to prevent a nuclear strike. Kenneth Baker alone had the emergency override key that could be used to re-enter the launch code and cancel the missile launch. Even if the terrorists had already completed preparations for a strike, the override would reverse the process. His only hope, now riding on obtaining the override key, Snake attempted to leave the cell area with Anderson in tow. We heard the terrible cries over the radio at the same time Snake did. Anderson had suddenly started to clutch at his own chest in agony, and before we could even recover from our initial shock, he was dead. Dr. Naomi Hunter, monitoring the situation from aboard the USS Discovery, tentatively diagnosed the cause of death as a heart attack. Snake walked out of the cell alone in search of Kenneth Baker, leaving behind what had until recently been Donald Anderson, chief of DARPA. Alright, what exactly is going on here? I confronted Richard as soon as I confirmed Snake's safe departure. You know the situation. There was a Metal Gear field exercise being conducted in Shadow Moses. Foxhound and the Next Generation commandos were in charge of the exercise, and now they're threatening to use Metal Gear to launch a nuclear strike. Apparently, I didn't know about that particular situation. If you say so. I glared at Richard, but he didn't turn a hair. He knew as well as I did that I could not abandon the mission. Even if I did refuse to cooperate further, there was an entire group of DoD personnel around me that would not permit that to happen. I briefly closed my eyes and brought the recent events into focus again. What happened to Anderson? Why is he dead? This time, I could see a trace of a reaction in Richard's eyes. It's hard to say from our end. Naomi thinks it was a heart attack, but I'll have his medical records pulled, just in case. He turned and left the study, presumably to give orders to that effect. The sounds and the voice being broadcast from the radio told me that Snake was moving deeper into the complex in search of Kenneth Baker. Snake found the ArmSec president in one of the underground levels. Kenneth Baker was bound to a steel girder along with multiple packets of C4 explosives. Before Snake could free Baker, he came face to face with the originator of the strap, a Foxhound operative called Revolver Ocelot. It seemed that he had anticipated Baker's rescue attempt upon receiving news of Snake's arrival. According to Naomi Hunter, the former director of Foxhound's genetic manipulation program, Revolver Ocelot is a former Spetsnaz. He moved on to Oman, I'm not pronouncing that Russian stuff, the Interior Ministry Riot Squad, aka the Black Beret, and the SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, a successor to the KGB's first chief directorate, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, but was unable to adapt to the new regime and dropped out. He could have swung through the world's hot spots as mercenary before being recruited by Foxhound. As his codename indicates, Ocelot is a master marksman with a marked preference for revolvers. We could hear the gun battle between Snake and Ocelot over the radio. Ocelot was using an antique single-action army revolver against Snake's SOCOM pistol. The first single-action army revolver was manufactured in 1873. A small number is still in production today, but strictly for collectors and antique weapon fanciers. Using this outmoded weapon for live combat is unheard of. But Ocelot seemed to invest in the vintage gun with diabolical powers. He will purposely fire against the wall and the floor, weaving a tight web of ricocheting bullets around Snake, gradually hemming him in. All we could do was silently monitor the battle. However, Snake was slowly but surely gaining the upper hand by dodging the ricochet, by sidestepping in first person, and exploiting the revolver's lengthy reload window. Finally, just as Snake was about to deliver the decisive blow, an explosion rang out. "My hand!" Ocelot's scream came a second later, followed by more explosions. What the hell is going on? Richard cried. The controller in charge of the data sent in by Snake's nanomachine started a running commentary. We don't know yet. I'm seeing a life sign other than those of Snake, Ocelot, or Baker. Explosions continue to boom out over the radio. The unidentified fourth subject is knocking down girders. No sign of firearm use. Whatever it is, it's moving fast. The controller's voice rose with excitement. The speed is well above anything a human being should be able to handle. The situation was chaotic. I could make out Ocelot's voice through the roar of collapsing metal. Stealth camouflage! Someone left the job only half done. As for you, we'll continue this later. Rip MGS1 lines. Just completely fucking butchered here. It gets worse later when Liquid shows up. Ugh. It seemed Ocelot had left the area. The explosions went on one after the other as Girder crashed to the ground. In the midst of the collapse, Snake confronted what we could only guess was the fourth life sign. Who are you? I'm like you. I have no name. It was not human, but an artificial machine voice that answered. In spite of the metallic tones, there seemed to be in that voice an unspeakable pain. Baker's labored groans could be heard over the conversation. That exoskeleton. You have a reinforced skeleton? Suddenly, the possessor of the metal voice let loose an animal howl. The shattering scream set the communication speaker screeching, and I instinctively covered my ears to shut out the maddened sound. The cry went on, then cut out as abruptly as it had begun. In the ringing silence, the controller voice floated out, thin and hollow. The fourth subject has disappeared. The words brought us out of a state of shock. Can we track him? Negative. He's vanished. No traces. Collect as much data as you can. I had the full results of information relayed by the nanomachines. There's an electromagnetic pattern that resembles a stealth camouflage signature. Stealth camo and reinforced exoskeleton, Richard muttered, deep in thought. Not everything is happening according to plan, I take it? I inquired with some sarcasm. It's within acceptable deviation. The mission will go on as planned. For a split second, his eyes betrayed his disquiet. Then he quickly recovered his characteristic arrogance. You just concentrate on your job. Snake had called the fourth life sign the Ninja. I could not help but wonder about the identity of the name's bearer and what it was that accounted for the superhuman abilities he had just demonstrated. Far away on Shadow Moses Island, Snake was attempting to raise the shaken Kenneth Baker back on his feet. We could hear Snake asking him about the nuclear launch code, knowing the answer even as we spoke. Baker painfully acknowledged that he had volunteered the information. His arm hung broken and useless by his side, presumably Ocelot's handiwork. According to Naomi Hunter's intelligence, Revolver Ocelot had served as a special interrogation consultant in the Soviet gulags during his days with Spetsnaz. In other words, he was an expert in torture. There was no way that the weapons technology executive, an untrained civilian, could withstand the techniques of coercion developed in the cells of Lubyanka. We now had confirmation that the terrorists possessed both launch keys. The situation was more desperate than ever. Baker's response to Snake's queries about the emergency override key was almost as grim. He had entrusted a soldier, a woman who had refused to join the mutiny, with it while they had been sharing the cell. I caught Snake's son to murmur. The Colonel sneeze? The Colonel was presumably Campbell, and Snake seemed to know something I certainly did not. I stole a glance at Richard, but his expression was as closed as ever. He no doubt had known from the outset about the presence of Campbell's niece and Shadow. Snake was pressing Baker, asking him whether there was a way to stop the launch without the override code. The executive gave him a name, Dr. Hal Emmerich. If it were indeed the case that the launch codes were in hostile hands and the strike sequence had been started, it stood to reason that the only person who may know a way to cancel the launch was the chief of Metal Gear's development program. Has Snake promised to search out Emmerich? Baker handed him a single optical disc. It contained, he said, all the data from the training exercise. What exercise data? He had to be referring to the Metal Gear exercise. I saw Richard raise his eyebrows sharply. Baker, oblivious to the frenzied speculation he had remotely set off, continued. There's no need to feign ignorance. You were sent to retrieve this, and we both know it. I was now even more puzzled than ever. If Metal Gear was being developed in Shadow Moses, surely the research data was backed up somewhere outside of Armstead lab. Not only that, but why would the president of the company have been carrying the data himself? I was apparently not alone in my disconcernment. Snake took the disc, obviously uncertain. It was clear that he, like myself, had not been briefed on the existence of the disc. The disc safely out of his hands, Baker's tones became pleading. You have to stop them. If the truth goes out, AT will be finished. I will be finished. But Metal Gear technology is already a known factor. Metal Gear itself is, but... the core technology is, but that's not... Baker trailed off, suddenly pale with pain. Oh God, what did you do to me? We could hear his labor coughing as he gasped out. It can't be. That thing. Damn Pentagon bureaucrats. I get it now. You son of a... God damn it, this triggers me. The wrong MGS1 lines trigger me every time. He tried to lunge at Snake, but reeled back in fresh wave of pain. Still clutching his chest, he fell down, dead. It was too similar to the last moments of Donald Anderson's life, and the fact he had not escaped Snake. And the fact had not escaped Snake. He was immediately on the radio with Campbell. Colonel, you better be listening real well. This one dropped dead too. Snake demanded an explanation, but neither Campbell nor Dr. Hunter could provide an adequate one. Snake was clearly dissatisfied, but Campbell directed Snake to cooperate with his niece, Meryl. The only way left to prevent a nuclear strike was to obtain the emergency override key, and the key was in Meryl's hands. Snake walked away from Baker's body in search of the elusive commando. Kenneth Baker had been colluding with Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, to secretly develop a new Metal Gear on the government's so-called black budget. My later investigations revealed that regular payments in tens of thousands of dollars had been made to the corporate account on a firm in which Anderson's wife ostensibly acted as a consultant. The Armstead payoff into this dummy company had started several years ago. The total amount is difficult to estimate, but there is little doubt that Anderson had been bribed to the tune of an astronomical sum. Even the government black budget had limits, however. I recall the rumor from some years before the Anderson payoff started. The CNO, Chief of Naval Operations, at the time had a classified prep project, and the scuttlebutt was that it involved the construction of a completely new type of battleship. Just what kind of a ship was never revealed, but since the entire program fell apart after the CNO suddenly passed away. The unexpected death coincided with Armstead's launch of the Metal Gear development program. The black budget earmarked for the CNO's little project must have been freed up by his death. The question was whether it had been freed up for allocation to the new Metal Gear development. The manner of the CNO's death was officially ruled as suicide, but I could not help recall the theories of the contrary that had made its rounds back then. Whatever the background, Anderson and Baker's deaths could not be a coincidence. Anderson's dying words included a reference to the Pentagon, and I was certain that there was... it was Baker's words that included a reference to the Pentagon. And I was certain that there was more to it than met the eye. So now Baker is dead as well. Are you looking into his medical records too? I asked Richard. Well, we'll do that, just as a precaution. He did not seem particularly disturbed. It might have been for the best anyway. Having to babysit a senior citizen with a broken arm sure wasn't going to help Snake with his mission. You haven't changed a bit, I see. What? That bad boy act of yours. You only talk like an insensitive jerk to divert attention from something. I wonder what you're hiding. Richard turned away. Nothing. There's nothing to hide. Okay, I'm gonna take a little piss break. After a piss break and having successfully made radio contact with Meryl, Colonel Campbell sneezed, Solid Snake agreed to put off a rendezvous with her in favor of rescuing Dr. Hal Emmerich, the chief of Metal Gear Development. He reached the lab just as the ninja was attempting to attack Dr. Emmerich, and the two fighters immediately squared off. Snake and the ninja launched into a silent, hand-to-hand combat, a balletic exchange of blows that seemed almost to serve as private dialogue. The fighting seemed interminable to us as we followed over the radio, but just as in the last encounter, the ninja suddenly let loose an inhuman howl and vanished into the maelstrom of its ragged echo. It was our second encounter with the ninja, and we were as in the dark about him as ever. But Snake had recognized something during the battle, and he raised Campbell on the radio. It's Grey Fox. The ninja is Grey Fox. I'm 100% sure. That's impossible. You took him in Zanzibar land. We could hear the perturbation in Campbell's voice. Naomi Hunter suddenly cut in. Yes, it was supposed to have been killed, but he wasn't. Dr. Hunter revealed that her predecessor at the helm of a Foxhound's genetic treatment program, one Dr. Clark, had been conducting human testing. Grey Fox, the alpha soldier of Foxhound and the only member allowed the Fox designation, was the subject. After he had been shipped back from Zanzibar land mortally wounded, his superior physical abilities and combat skills had marked him as an ideal test subject for genetic manipulation and skeletal reinforcements experiments. He was listed as killed in action, but kept alive in a lab. I could not help but note with some surprise the emotional tone in which the normally collected geneticist described these events. When Snake asked why she had not volunteered the truth of the ninja's identity earlier, Naomi had only a terse reply. It was classified information. According to records she had seen, the subject, Grey Fox, had died in an accidental lab explosion 2 years ago. I turned to Richard. Is this true? What's true? The accident in the lab. It's true, the cause of the explosion was never determined. Dr. Clark died in the accident, and the only remains they could find of Grey Fox were fragments of the reinforced skeleton. So Naomi wasn't the only one who knew about this, and you didn't say anything. And didn't say anything. It was classified information, Richard mimicked. Snake secured Dr. Emmerich after the ninja's departure. Amazingly enough, the engineer had believed Metal Gear to be a portable tactical missile defense system, rather than a nuclear-capable tank. It was a peculiar irony that the chief developer himself had been unaware that the project was one of offense rather than defense. On discovering that he had been deceived, Dr. Emmerich volunteered his expertise to Snake. He mentioned his grandfather's involvement in the Manhattan Project and the ethical turmoil the man had carried with him to the end of his days as a result. Ironically enough, the older scientist's son, Hal Emmerich's father, was born on the day of the atomic bomb had found Hiroshima. 3 generations. Sometimes I wonder if nuclear warfare is our personal albatross and inherited pathology. I'm just one line. Retranslated again. We could hear the pain and the regret in Dr. Emmerich's voice. He seemed genuinely upset that the technology he had developed purely for furthering the knowledge and betterment of mankind had been exploited for weapons development. Oh, not for anime? Okay. You may call me harsh, but I felt little sympathy for him. Technological and scientific innovation need not have direct bearing on nuclear or virological research to contribute to the making of weapons of mass destruction. After all, the ninja was born of genetic engineering and cybernetic research, which could easily have healed a civilian rather than improved upon a soldier. A scientist cannot plead naivety to the practical products of their own research. The consequences must be anticipated, and the ethical burden of a newly developed technology must ultimately rest with the individual researcher. I wonder if Dr. Emmerich would ever realize that onus. Freed from the laboratory where he was being held, Emmerich cloaked himself with a stealth camouflage of his own making and promised to keep out of sight. With the stealth camo, he could easily evade the terrorist surveillance. His rescue charge safe, Snake departed for a rendezvous with Meryl. Snake's objective was to meet with Meryl and re-enter the launch code using her override key, outwitting the Foxhound's psychic Psychomantis all the while. To this end, he headed towards the hangar where Metal Gear was being stored. The best laid plans, Meryl was ambushed on the way by the Foxhound sharpshooter Sniper Wolf. Snake, attempting to rescue the wounded commando, was himself captured. He was taken to the terrorist command post still unconscious, stripped of all his gear. However, his cochlear implant radio passed unnoticed, and we could hear the terrorists conferring about the incapacitated operative. We gathered from their talk that the preparations for the nuclear launch were complete. Richard was unusually intent on identifying the individual terrorists in the room. From the voices involved in the conversation, we confirmed the presence of Sniper Wolf, Revolver Ocelot, and the leader of this uprising himself, Liquid Snake. What little I knew of Liquid Snake was troubling, and it came entirely from a slim file folder Richard showed me just prior to mission commencement. The man with the same designation as Solid Snake was recruited into Foxhound after Solid Snake's departure from the unit. His fighting skills were formidable, and he quickly rose to leadership position in Foxhound's field operation team. His real name, place of origin, and other information remained classified. Only a single photograph accompanied documents, and I had not been able to contain my astonishment at the sight of it. "That's not a mistake. That is Liquid Snake," said Richard, echoing my thoughts. "But how?" The face in the photo was a spitting image of Solid Snake. "I wouldn't know, but once the two snakes run into each other, something may come out." His words were not committal, but Richard's tone spoke volumes. And now, the two snakes, Solid and Liquid, had indeed come face to face. But Liquid had little to say. "So long, brother," he called out before turning and walking away. His voice was full of hatred, but there was also something in it that seemed to confirm and gleefully anticipate another meeting. Why this was So why this was so was as mysterious why this was so was as mysterious to me as the reason he called Solid Snake brother. I would not find out the truth until a little later. What awaited Snake after his brief encounter with Liquid was Ocelot's KGB tested interrogation techniques. Ocelot apparently had no interest in extracting information, but rather appeared to be enjoying the acts of torture for their own sake. Snake's ragged gasp echoed from the radio in the silence of the control room. The heart rate and other psychological data transmitted by his nanomachines graphically demonstrated the extent of his suffering. All we could do was listen and wait. After Ocelot was done, the battered Snake was taken to a cell. Campbell soon established radio contact with him, but Snake had some hard questions towards former CEO instead. He had realized that Metal Gear was a nuclear delivery system, and for once, Campbell was at a loss for an answer. So you did know about this all along, Snake rasped out bitterly. Campbell continued to be silent. It was all the confirmation Snake needed. You should have told me. I'm sorry. Pawns don't need to know. Is that it? You've changed. Campbell had no rebuttal to Snake's barbs. According to Campbell, even the president had apparently been unaware of his existence of Project Rex until the day before. To make matters more complicated, he was due to meet with the Russian president the following day for the formal signing of START 3. The treaty stipulated further reduction of the nuclear arsenal, picking up where START 2 left off. The agreement would reduce the number of Russian and American tactical ballistic missiles to somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500, and the signing was a historic event that had been made possible by a long and arduous process. If the fact that a new nuclear weapon was being developed by the United States were made public, there was a significant chance that the signing would never take place. Worse still, the loss of confidence in America's commitment to non-proliferation could create international turmoil. The government clearly had every reason to keep the situation under wraps, and there were ample indications that the terrorists had counted on the fact. The timing of this takeover as well as the 24-hour deadline said as much. Campbell continued to plead his case with Snake. Snake, you got to stop him. Saying it to someone else. You're the only hope we have. Remember what Snake said that in MGS1? Sing it to someone else. Alright then. Tell me what this new nuclear warhead is about. I told you, I don't know. I don't believe you. If the situation is so desperate, why don't you accept their demands? Give him Big Boss's body. It's just a corpse. That's not an option. Campbell was floundering under the barrage of Snake's questions. Is there a reason you can't comply with that demand? A reason you haven't told me? Naomi broke in as Campbell fell silent. The president passed a number of policies that severely restrict genetic engineering on humans. He can't afford to have the public know about the military's use of genetically enhanced soldiers. Is that really all there is to it? Campbell did not reply. I received a call from Snake soon after. Captive, alone in enemy territory, unable to trust his own mission controllers to tell him the truth. There was little I could say to help a man in Snake's situation. Capture does not mean defeat. Stay vigilant for a chance to escape, and don't give up. And when you see it, take it. I had doubts about the effectiveness of those words coming from someone with no combat experience, but it was the best I could offer. We had no choice but to trust in Snake's abilities. As I closed the radio channel, I caught Richard studying me. Yes, you're very passionate about this job. Do you object? It's the job you forced on me after all. No, but I admit that I'm a little jealous. Ah, the jealousy act. Yes, I know that one too. Richard averted his eyes. I wouldn't call it an act if... No, forget it. He lit a cigarette. Chesterfield, The same brand as Humphrey Bogart. You still smoke the same brand. You know me. Once I decide I like something, I can't kick the habit. Cigarettes, line of work, woman, everything. He didn't look at me as he replied. The torture was conducted again and again, solely for the purpose of breaking Snake. He was held out each time, but his strength was steadily ebbing, and the voice we heard over the radio was growing more labored. Naomi, talk to me. I need something to distract me. What do you want me to talk about? Anything. I'm not good at finding things to talk about. Tell me about yourself. About me? That's not so easy. You got any family? That's not a happy topic for me. It's not a very happy story. I don't have any family. I guess there was one person, someone who called himself my father. Where is he? Dead. By my own hand. I was even more taken aback by what Campbell volunteered next. Big Boss. What? Big Boss? Oh, goddamn it. All these fucking MGS1 lines trigger me. What? Big Boss was your... No reason you should have known. Campbell elaborated to Naomi. It was 6 years ago in Zanzibar land. Snake and I are the only ones who know about it now. Oh God, was Big Boss really your father? Naomi still seemed disbelieving. That's what he said. That's all I know. You knew and you still killed him? Yup. Why? Naomi asked fiercely. There was a pause before Snake answered. I know, they censored a yup. Because it's what he wanted, and what I wanted. That's patricide. Yup. I know, my personal nightmare too. Snake's voice was the faintest we had heard. That's the trauma Mantis was talking about, the one we share in common. Is that why you left Foxhound? Maybe. I can't deny that it felt good to lose myself. It's easy to do that in Alaska. After a moment of silence, Naomi confided in a low voice. I don't really have a family of my own either. I have a brother who put me through college, that's it. He's not a biological brother, and a lot older than me. Where is he now? Naomi's reply was deeply pained. He's gone. There was deep sorrow in her voice, and I thought something more. Okay. The stepbrother who put her through school. I wasn't told about that, Richard muttered. There was suspicion in his voice, and puzzling enough, a hint of anger. I opened the personnel profile of Naomi. Naomi Hunter, born New York City, 1980X, PhD in genetics, recruited by the industry giant ATGC soon after completing a doctoral program, moved to California's so-called biotech Bay Area, led several genetic therapy programs until recruited by Foxhound to fill the post of chief geneticist as a result of her accomplishments in this field. Parents died in a car collision when Naomi was 2 years old. One brother, 10 years her senior, a U.S. Marine, killed in training-related accident when Naomi was 17. Richard thought for a minute, then scribbled something in his notebook. Summoning one of his men, he tore the page out and handed it to him. Wire this message to the skipper of the USS Discovery. Make sure Campbell doesn't know about it. What are you plotting now? I knew even as I asked that Richard would not respond. The torture was repeated time and again, but Snake managed to take advantage of the guards' waning vigilance and escape. The location and the fate of his fellow hostage, Merrill, eluded us. Evading the intense manhunt that followed, Snake still refused to stray from the course that led to the Metal Gear hangar. What drove him? Guilt for Merrill's capture and an urge to avenge her? A sense of duty for the mission? The will to stop the carnage of a nuclear strike? None of them seemed to apply to Snake. He was an enigma. We could do little but watch over him as he ran, wounded and exhausted. After successfully taking on Sniper Wolf as she re-emerged for an ambush, Snake closed in on Metal Gear hangar only to discover Vulcan Raven blocking his way. What? No Hind? They just skipped the Hind? The giant Foxen operative, armed with a fighter plane Gatling gun, was a daunting enemy. In the end, however, Snake eventually prevailed. The stricken Raven, leaning against the wall, started to speak as Snake approached him. There are some breeds of snakes that nature never intended. I think you and the boss belong to one of these. Go and settle it with him. I'll be watching how it ends. What the fuck are these lines, dude? The dying Raven then dropped the bombshell. I'll give you one clue. The man who died in front of you wasn't the DARPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, one of us foxhounds. He was a master of disguise. I guess the Grim Reaper was the only one he couldn't fool. Is he dead? Raven did not answer Snake's sharp query. Snake tried another tack. Why go to all that trouble and impersonate Anderson? Raven smiled faintly. That's all the clue you're going to get. Everything else you'll have to figure out yourself. A few minutes later, Vulcan Raven died. Richard was chagrined. That's how it was. They had us completely fooled. Why would Octopus impersonate Anderson? I asked. I don't know. Maybe to get information out of Snake. That would mean that they knew Snake was coming. Richard stubbed out a cigarette without answering. His face was expressionless, but I knew exactly what he was thinking. We had a leak. While Richard and I were talking, a call was made to Snake. Snake, it's me. Master, Snake answered. It was apparently Master Miller. I need to talk to you about Naomi Hunter. Turn the monitoring off. Miller had barely finished his instruction before Campbell cut in. What about Dr. Hunter? Miller made an exasperated sound. It was clear that he had not intended Campbell to hear what he had to say. Colonel, is Naomi there? Snake asked. No, she's trying to catch up on her sleep. Okay. Campbell turned his attention back to Miller. What were you saying about Dr. Hunter? Alright, maybe it's better the Colonel hears about this now. Miller said resignedly. Go on, urged Snake. That's not the real Naomi Hunter you're working with, Colonel. What? Campbell raised his voice, astounded. Miller continued coolly. Naomi Hunter does exist, or rather, she did. She went missing in the Middle East some time ago. This imposter must have gotten a hold of her identity somehow. There were a number of ways to obtain someone's social security number and commit an identity theft, certainly, but Dr. Naomi Hunter, an imposter. Who is she really then? Campbell was agitated, but Miller remained cool as ice. Probably a spy. A spy? Yes, sent in to ensure this mission's failure. Are you saying she's one of the terrorists? Campbell's tone was disbelieving, but Snake backed up his former instructor. I don't want to believe it either, Colonel, but it's true that she's a Foxhound personnel. So it would not be surprising if she took part in this insurrection. Campbell finished dully, as though Snake's words had crystallized his own doubts. Or she could be working for another organization, Miller suggested. Another? No, that's not possible. A different group. As Campbell trailed off, Miller spoke up, his tone ruthless. Take her into custody, Colonel. What? It's clear that Naomi Hunter is working against us. Interrogate her and find out what her objective is. If she really is our spy, then we're in serious trouble, Campbell murmured. Miller paused on the gravity of the Colonel's tone. What are you talking about? Nothing in particular. Campbell tried to recover himself. Campbell, did you give her access to some other line of classified information? Campbell remained silent, but Miller pressed on. Does it have anything to do with the way the DARPA chief and Armstead president died? Look, I don't know what you're talking about. Clearly, Campbell knew something. It was equally obvious that he had no intention of revealing what he was privy to. Perhaps sensing that fact, Miller dropped the pursuit abruptly. In any case, it's too dangerous to retain her in the mission. Hold on a minute. She is an integral part of this mission. In fact, we can't afford to proceed without her. Campbell was being too insistent about Dr. Hunter's value. I had to wonder if it was indeed the case that he had trusted her with highly classified information. Snake was also suspicious. More secrets, Colonel? Give me time. I'll have her background and movements rechecked. That's all Campbell could say. Hurry. Find out what she wants as quickly as possible. Miller was unrelenting. Of course. Campbell agreed reluctantly. Snake, just give me some time. Time is not something I wasn't given a load of. Wait. Time is something I wasn't given a load of. Snake growled bitterly. I don't have any time left for you. What's the deal? I said to Richard. Is Miller right? About Naomi? I don't know, to be honest. It's obvious that there were things in Dr. Hunter's past that I didn't know about. I'm having them go over her background again. Richard was visibly upset, a rare occurrence. I suddenly wondered there had been something in between him and Naomi. Richard lit a cigarette and continued in a more composed tone. But if what Miller said about Naomi is true, it raises questions about him in turn. Why do you say that? He's supposed to be in his cabin in Alaska, so I hear. How did he manage to find out so much about Naomi, by himself, from the middle of nowhere, when the DIA investigators couldn't? Richard called one of his men over and ordered them to look into Miller's activities. Uh-oh. Do you check up even on one of your own? I asked as the agent hurried away. How do you know he's one of our own? Richard shot back, blowing a stream of smoke. Should I assume you don't trust me either? You're the one who doesn't trust me. Never have, he sighed quietly and ground his cigarette into the ashtray. Snake had finally reached the Metal Gear hangar and stood in the shadow of the machine's 50-foot tall bulk. But considering Metal Gear's state-of-the-art composite armor and Snake's limited arsenal, it was improbable that he could destroy the tank while evading enemy patrols. The most practical avenue of attack was to re-enter the launch code using the override key and thereby cancel the scheduled nuclear strike. As Snake methodically searched for the code entry interface, Emmerich radioed in. He had been making himself useful by breaking into Baker's protected files. From these, he had pieced together the true nature of Metal Gear and its prototype warheads. According to Emmerich, the weapon used a built-in railgun to fire ballistic missiles clear of the atmosphere. The missile would then automatically realign itself and re-enter the atmosphere on its designated trajectory toward the target. I understood exactly what all this meant, and the knowledge left me cold. What the fuck is going on? Hold on, my thing is like freaking out. So weird. I think I know what happened. Just give me a second. Ooh, okay. Normally, ballistic missile goes through 4 phases from launch to impact. The first is the boost phase, which consists of the time between the missile's launch and the point at which it leaves the atmosphere and exhausts its supply of rocket propellant. Following the burnout, the rocket enters post-boost phase, which concludes with the separation of the re-entry vehicle that contains the warhead. The third stage, its mid-course phase, in which the re-entry vehicle separates and achieves a controlled descent back into the atmosphere. The warhead's re-entry into the atmosphere and its arrival at the target mark the fourth and terminal phase. Current missile defense systems detect incoming ballistic missiles by scanning for the rocket burn that takes place during the missile's boost stage. However, Metal Gear's missile technology employs a railgun rather than conventional rocket propulsion to achieve boost stage acceleration. As a result, there is nothing for existing missile defense systems to detect. The railgun's effectiveness is nothing short of amazing, with a range of over 3,000 miles, rivaling that of mid-range ballistic missiles. It reliably homes in within 170 feet of the target 50% of the time, placing it in the same class as high-end ICBMs. The ability of a Metal Gear to conquer virtually all terrain means that the railgun can launch a stealthy nuclear strike from almost any spot on the globe. This invisible attack would make it impossible for anyone to pinpoint the origin of a given missile, even in the event of a strike. Without a clear aggressor to retaliate against, the concept of mutually assured destruction falls apart. Without the fear of MAD, the existing rules of nuclear non-engagement would no longer apply, and the world would fall into chaos. Snake had a few things to say to Campbell after learning the truth. Colonel, you double-crossed me. He knew as well as anyone that the fact that the US had been developing a new breed of nuclear weapons were made public on the eve of START 3, negotiations would break down and the US would suffer a devastating embarrassment. Did you know about this, Colonel? I really am sorry, Snake. You really have changed. I won't offer any excuses. Snake, you got to hear this. Dr. Emery broke in, ignoring Campbell. The new missiles were complete in the simulation only. That's why they had to perform this exercise, to get field data that would back up their simulation results. How did the exercise go? Snake asked. Emmerich's reply was discouraging. It seems to have gone better than they expected, but I can't find any of the data. There isn't a trace of the thing on the entire network. You think it's backed up somewhere, but zilch. The fuck is that? Okay. It's on the political. It's on the optical disc that Baker gave me. You mean you still have it? Campbell exclaimed hopefully. No, Oslo took it. Snake replied bitterly. It must have happened when he was a hostage. Did this mean that Ocelot had known the existence of the exercise data beforehand? This doesn't look good, Campbell murmured, deep in thought. I glared at Richard. You knew about this too, didn't you? Knew what? The small matter of this new nuclear weapon technology. Richard shrugged. If I told you, would you have cooperated? You probably would have tried to leak it to some media contact, and that would have forced our hand. He left it at that. Would he have had me killed in the interest of national security? Something like that, I suppose. In the world Richard inhabited, preserving secrets always merited higher consideration than human life. But I was privy to that secret now. What would happen once the mission ended? I felt a chill go down my spine as I considered the possibilities. Richard was quietly puffing on a cigarette. How many fucking cigarettes did Ames smoke during this? He had too many men with him, working for him every moment. There was no way I could simply walk out of his house. I had something up my sleeve as well, and I was not about to let myself be exploited without a fight. I looked over at my PC. The screensaver kicked in and geometric patterns flittered across the dark monitor. I slipped my PDA into my pocket and headed for the bathroom to send some mail. One of Richard's men trotted over with a slip of paper. Richard studied it and after some consideration raised Campbell on the radio. What can I do for you, Major Ames? That's right, Major. He's a major at this point. He gets a promotion for this, Colonel Ames, but then he gets screwed out of it. He's a major at this point. Campbell's tone was openly hostile, but Richard paid no heed. Colonel Campbell, I'd like you to start interrogating Naomi Hunter. Interrogate her. What are you talking about? Campbell said sharply. There are suspicious points about Dr. Hunter's background, as you've heard. I have therefore sent one of my men over there to talk to her, but she seems reluctant to cooperate. Richard lit another cigarette. But she's taking a nap. the colonel insisted. Actually, she's not. What? In reality, she's been taken into my agent's custody. All of this in the submarine. How dare you? Campbell barked angrily. Richard was unfazed. If, as Master Miller charged, Naomi Hunter has falsified her identity and is in communication with the enemy, there are serious repercussions. I trust you understand. Fox die, Campbell groaned. Fox die. This was something new. This mission was like an onion with layer after layer of secret intent. You won't talk to my agent. She may talk to you. Find out from Naomi who she is and what her objective is. Absolutely not. I don't take orders from you, and I'm having Dr. Hunter freed immediately. What makes you think you can do such a thing? Replied Richard, exhaling a cloud of smoke. There was a long silence. Who exactly the hell are you? I could hear the barely suppressed rage in Campbell's voice. The DIA wouldn't have the authority to send a man into a Navy submarine and hold someone prisoner. Richard did not answer. Campbell continued. And that's not the only thing. Nothing has been done through the usual channels, including the way you induced Snake and I to cooperate. This mission isn't even official business, is it? So who else can mount such a major operation? Campbell suddenly broke off, as though struck by something. Is it possible that... The Patriots, he murmured. The Patriots. Richard ignored Campbell's outburst. Does it matter what I am? It doesn't change the fact that your life, not to mention your precious Meryl's life, is in my hands. Isn't that right? This time it was Campbell's turn to be silent. I had never suspected that his participation in the mission had been arranged by force. The colonel was literally fighting for his and his niece's life. Think it over carefully, Colonel. Richard's voice was the coldest I have ever heard. There was no reply from Campbell. And Snake has no need to know about any of this. We need his full cooperation at this point. Just tell him that Naomi was a terrorist spy and apprehended while sending them the coded transmission. Oh, so that transmission wasn't real. She wasn't really sending transmission to the island. Huh. Do you expect me to betray a friend? Keep him in the dark? Campbell objected furiously. A friend? You were referring to Snake? Richard smiled coolly. Do you really think he considers you a friend anymore? He had hit a sore spot. Campbell had no answer. Richard moved in for the kill. You already lied to him too many times. Against my will, under your threats. Campbell was roaring, but Richard barely seemed to register his anger. Certainly, but that's not an issue. You were, after all, giving him false information and relaying false orders to him of your own accord. Then there's Fox die. I could almost see Campbell grinding his teeth in frustration and rage. Do you still have the right to call yourself his friend? There was nothing Campbell could say. You will cooperate with us. Understood? Understood. The transmission ended. Who are the Patriots? The trollolololo. Richard looked away towards another direction at my query. What are you talking about? Don't BS me. He turned towards me. His gaze was icy. Nothing you need to know about. By the way, not that I need to remind you, but don't mention to Snake things that don't concern him. And if I do... Richard's stony silence answered my uncompleted question. I was too far into this business, and suddenly seemed to sense danger everywhere. What do you intend to do with me once this mission's over? Nothing. Don't expect me to believe you. Richard allowed himself a brief, oddly sad smile. I suppose I can't. In the meantime, Snake was inching towards the launch code entry interface. At that point, he received a call from Master Miller. Snake, we need to talk about Naomi Hunter. She might be asleep. The colonel's looking into that. Turn the monitor off. Alright, it's off. Mission control is out of the loop. You want to tell me what this is about? Snake believed that he had switched us off, but I could still hear everything. Radio malfunction? I guess not. Someone had made sure that nothing could get past this mission control ever. I had a more than good idea who the someone was, but Master Miller obviously did not. Sorry about that. I didn't want Campbell to overhear. What is this about? Snake repeated. I have a contact at the Pentagon. He told me that a new assassination tool had been recently developed under DIA guidance. I looked over at Richard, but he pretended not to notice. An assassination tool? Snake was asking. Snake, have you ever heard of the term fox die? I tensed. There was a word again. First Richard, then Campbell, now Miller. It seems to be a virus that can target specific individuals. I don't know the details, Miller continued. Richard remained expressionless next to me. So, what are you getting at? Snake raised his voice slightly, sounding annoyed by Miller's runabout methods. They share common features. It's too similar. What shares common features? The deaths. Armstead President and DARPA Chief, or I guess I should say Decoy Octopus. They both died of what looked like a heart attack, right? Yeah? Well, it seems that death by foxdie virus looks like the case of a heart attack. This is just worded like complete dog shit, man. After a moment, Snake spoke up. Are you saying that Naomi was the one who set this up? Snake, think. Did Naomi give you any kind of a shot? The nanomachines, Snake murmured. Snake had in fact been injected with a nanomachine and anti-hypothermia compound before the start of the mission. Was Miller suggesting that there was a killing virus in the mix as well? One thing's for certain. She is in the best position to perform this kind of sabotage, but we still don't know her motive or objective. What about the Colonel? Snake asked after a lengthy silence, his tone brooding and full of doubts. I don't know, and I don't think he's interrogated her yet either. Alright, I'll ask him. Once he was off the radio with Miller, Snake called up Campbell. Colonel, any development with Naomi? I've had taken her into custody. What? Snake said incredulously. She was sending a coded transmission to an Alaskan location. I don't want to believe it, but she's definitely one of the terrorists. Campbell sounded anguished. Are you sure? There's very little doubt. She's being interrogated right now. What kind of interrogation? I don't want to resort to force, but we don't even have any thiopental on hand. What? Did you just change the drugs randomly? That's right. What? Let me know if you learn anything. My voice, man. Give me a second. It's another name for it. Of course it is, because why the fuck keep anything consistent? They also changed the TNF epsilon, I'm pretty sure. We'll see shortly. Alright, everybody take a hydration break. I'll be back in a second. Alright, holy shit. I'm gonna have to piss so much after this. Where was I? Unaware of the machinations behind this latest development, Snake ended the communication. I longed to tell him the truth, but knew that Richard and his men would never allow that to happen. Despite his growing doubts, Snake continued to penetrate deeper and into and between the letters. He had almost reached the code interface when the call suddenly came in. Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi. Naomi! Snake exclaimed in surprise. What are you? Richard tensed and leaned forward. I managed to get to another transmitter. The colonel and the others haven't noticed yet. Naomi whispered rapidly. Naomi, is it true what the colonel says? Yes, but not everything I told you is a lie. Some of it was the truth. Her voice was sorrowful, or sleepy, depending on the version you're playing. Who are you really? I don't know. I don't know what my parents looked like even, or what they were called. I bought the name I used, the whole identity, with hard cash. Remember I told you why I was so fixated on genes? That was the truth. Because you wanted to know who you were. That's what you said. Yes, I don't know what I am. My ethnic background, age, Naomi. There was a short pause before Naomi started speaking again, in a rush. I was picked up in northern Rhodesia in the 80s, a dirty little orphan. Rhodesia? During all the guerrilla warfare? What the fuck is this translation of MGS1, dude? It's gonna get so bad when Liquid starts talking. Zimbabwe used to be a British colony, you know? There was a sizable Indian population there then. Maybe that's where I get the color of my skin, but I'm not even sure of that. Naomi, why dwell on the past? If you can understand who you are now, isn't that all that really matters? Understand what I am myself? No one can ever understand me, least of all myself. Naomi's voice suddenly was defiant. I was always searching for myself, alone, until I met my big brother, and him. Your... They just left that out. Your brother? Snake asked. Yes, Frank Yeager. What'd you say? Snake was taken aback. Does they spell it with a Y here? He was a child soldier, too. He found me almost dead of starvation on the bank of the Zambezi and fed me from his own small ration of food. Child soldiers. It is not rare for children to participate in war as combatants in many of the most conflict-ravaged regions of the world. This was especially true for those developing nations where minors account for a majority of the entire population. A harsh regimen can and does turn innocent children into the most brutal soldiers. It's gonna throw in some extra shit in here about this because Raiden, huh? In many cases, various drugs are used to numb the natural fear response. The result is an obedient killing machine whose bravery marks them out for posting to the front lines of the fiercest battles and scouting duties in the minefields. Yes, the man you destroyed is my brother, Frank Yeager, my only family, Naomi said quietly. That's impossible. Grey Fox is your brother? Snake could not hide his perturbation. We managed to avoid drowning, to survive hell together, all because he protected me. He was everything to me. He was the only witness to my existence, and the only one who made me feel like a real human being. And he brought you back. Wait, no, Grey Fox brought you back to the States? No, we met him in Mozambique. Him? Something seemed to click within Snake. You mean Big Boss? Yes, he led us here, finally made us free. But Frank went with Big Boss back to the wars. And that's when it happened. And when he came home to me, he was. Naomi broke off. The silence spoke smoldering anger, irreparable loss. I promised myself that I will get you. You broke my brother. You as good as killed him. That's why I joined Foxhound, because I knew that I would run into you sooner or later. Well, you got your chance now. Snake seemed to be taking all this in stride. He was no doubt accustomed to being the target of enmity of others. Yes, I've waited 2 years, just for a chance to kill me. Exactly. 2 whole years waiting for you and no one else. Yearning for revenge. It's almost like being in love. Do you still hate me? I wouldn't say that. There was a trace of hesitation in Naomi's voice. There are some things about you that I misunderstood. Was it... Did you kill your predecessor? That geneticist who was using Ray Fox for his experiments? His experiments. You mean Dr. Clark? No, it was Frank that killed him. I covered up the whole thing, kept my brother safe. And an easy silence fell. Is the ninja, Gray Fox, here to kill me? I don't think so. Frank is here to fight you, nothing more. I couldn't make sense of it at first, but I think I know now. A kind of a duel. He lives only for that, I think. Fox, Snake murmured, as though remembering the man who had once been his comrade. Tell me something, Naomi, he said a short while later. It's about Foxeye, isn't it? She said in a low, pained voice. It's a retrovirus. Kills only the designated person by first infecting the macrophage. Foxeye is engineered with an oxygen chain that responds only to specific DNA patterns. The oxygen is what recognizes the target DNA sequence? What the fuck? Once a recognition oxygen? Okay. Foxeye repurposes the macrophage's cellular structure to create TNF alpha, change from TNF epsilon for reasons. Which one would make more sense? Nobody knows. Naomi had regained her old calm as she fielded Snake's question. What does that mean? It's a type of cytosine, a peptide that triggers cell death. The TNF alpha travels through bloodstream to the heart, where it binds the receptors of cardiac cells. And that causes a heart attack. It affects the cells undergo rapid apoptosis, and the owner of the heart dies. Apoptosis, I remember that. Programmed cell death from damaged cells. At least that's the way they say in MGS1. Apoptosis? Apoptosis? Whatever. Snake murmured. The tense silence descended once again. Naomi. Yes? You must have programmed that thing to kill me too. Naomi remained silent. Do I still have time left? Still no answer. Naomi, you have every right to take my life, but I can't die just yet. I still have work to finish. Ugh. You have to listen. I'm not the one who decided to use the use of Foxeye. Naomi burst out. Not you? It was a part of the mission plan to infect you with Foxeye. I wanted to tell you that. Naomi broke off and suddenly made up her mind to continue. No, that's not the whole truth. Naomi, what I really wanted to tell you was, Snake, Naomi was struggling for words when suddenly a female voice barked behind her. A male voice. Freeze! Step away! No! Naomi cried sharply. Hey, what are you doing? She must have been spotted by one of Richard's toughs. What the fuck? Not Camel. I could hear the sound of a scuffle over the radio. Snake! With that last gasp, Naomi faded out of earshot. Naomi! Snake called out, but it was Campbell that answered him. Snake, I can't permit you to communicate with Naomi. What are you talking about? She's officially out of this mission. What did you do to her? How was infecting me a part of the plan? Colonel, let me talk to her. I can't do that, Snake. She's been confined. Colonel, you double-crossed me. I could hear the rage in Snake's voice, unless I was playing Twin Snakes. You double-crossed me. Don't waste your energy thinking about things you can't change, Campbell said, his voice carefully guarded against any emotion. Stopping the Metal Gear is your first priority. Don't forget that. I can't believe Naomi was Great Foster's foster sister, Richard murmured bitterly. You double-crossed me, Colonel. Are you happy? You know who she is now, after all. I wouldn't say that. Richard's expression was complex. She said she wasn't the one who deployed Foxeye. I decided to risk putting out a feeler. Richard said nothing, and had told me everything I needed to know. It was you, wasn't it? Yes. I was taken aback by his ready admission. Foxeye was one of my projects, and Naomi was a top-notch professional. The Foxeye research had hit a brick wall when she pitched herself to us. She had somehow heard that we were looking for a genetic engineering expert. As soon as she joined the team, the project took off in a major way. Richard paused, and plunged ahead. I assigned her to lead the development effort. When the virus was finally engineered, it was she that named it Foxeye. What I thought was dedication to the work was actually thirst for vengeance. No, he didn't let that slip, not once, he murmured ruefully. I knew what his relationship had been with Naomi when I studied his face. You were seeing her. So Ames was fucking Naomi too. She was using me. He corrected and gave a hollow laugh. At that point, one of his men came tearing over. After an urgent whisper, Richard's face grew grim. What happened? Master Miller wasn't Master Miller. Richard was visibly shaken. What? The man I sent to investigate Miller just reported in. We found Miller murdered in his home up in Alaska. Who was it that we were talking to then? But there was no one who could provide an answer to that question. Around the same time as Shadow Moses, Snake had finally made it past the enemy's defenses and successfully re-entered the launch code. But something was amiss. As the code launched, an alarm was triggered. Launch code entered, an electronic voice intoned. All systems ready, stand by for missile launch. Snake stared around him, aghast. No, I just overrode the launch authorization, he cried. His questions were answered when an unexpected source of a radio call came in. Thank you, Snake. It was Miller, or rather, an impostor who had taken the murdered man's identity. The launch preparations are now complete. Nothing can stop Metal Gear now. Hey, wait, they got one line, right? Nothing can stop Metal Gear now. Master, what's going on? We're very grateful to you. Not only did you bring the key, you just entered the launch code for us as well. What? We never did get part of the code from the DARPA chief. Even Mantis' abilities couldn't break through, and Ocelot managed to kill Anderson off before we could try anything else. As Snake listened in horror, Miller continued. You see, we couldn't launch the missile. Not even a warning shot. What the fuck? We were dead in the water with nothing to back up our demands. Without the threat of a nuclear strike, our demands will never be met. Master, what are you saying? With the launch code out of our reach, we had to fall back on another plan. We had to find some other way. That's when we decided you might come in useful, Snake. What? Having Decoy Octopus impersonate the DARPA chief was a part of it. We were trying to extract information from you, but Foxeye got to him first, Miller said savagely. Are you saying that this whole thing was fixed? Snake asked through clenched teeth, and it was all to get me to unlock the launch sequence. The terrorist's mocking laugh rang out. You didn't think you got this far by yourself, did you? Think again. Master, what about you? Are you a spy? Who the hell are you? Snake continued as though he had not heard Snake's question. Hold on. This is around the time that we gotta bust out the real MGS1 script, because this is complete dog shit. It's complete dog shit to the point where it triggers me. So instead, we'll do the real MGS1 script. Huh? You didn't think you made it this far by yourself, did you? Who the hell are you? Uh, okay, okay. Where are we? Because fuck this translation of it. In any case, the launch preparations are complete. Once the world glimpses the power of this weapon, the White House will have no choice but to surrender the Fox Die vaccine to me. Their ace in the hole is useless now. Fuck. What the fuck are they translating here? It's so bad. The Pentagon's plan to use it was already successful in the torture room. Who are you anyway? I'll tell you everything you want to know if you come to where I am, that is. Where are you? Very close by. Snake, that's not Master Miller. Campbell, you're too late. Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. It's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off, but Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base. So who is it? Snake, you've been talking to me, dear brother. Liquid, how the... You serve your purpose. You may die now. Fuck this translation of it. Come wipe my ass with it. Liquid Snake broke communications and started to run. Metal Gear had already been activated by the time Snake reached it. Liquid was about to climb into the pilot's seat when Snake called out to him. The barrel of his SOCOM pointed straight at Liquid. Liquid! Snake, did you like my sunglasses? Aw, you point a weapon at your own brother. Those sunglasses in here? Why did you disguise yourself as Master? So that I could manipulate you more easily. And you performed quite well, I must say. Although the boys on the Pentagon are probably saying the same thing. What the hell are you talking about? Following orders blindly with no questions asked, you've lost your warrior's pride and become nothing more than a pawn, Snake. What? Stopping the nuclear launch, rescuing the hostages, it was all just a diversion. A charade, I guess. A diversion. The Pentagon only needed you. What does he say? The Pentagon only needed for you to come into contact with us. That's what killed Armstead President and Decoy Octopus. We don't mean. Blah, blah, blah. That's right. You were sent in to kill us so they could retrieve Metal Gear undamaged, along with the bodies of the Genome soldiers. From the beginning, the Pentagon was just using you as a vector to spread Fox Die. Snake was in shock. Fox Die? It can't be. Are you telling me that Naomi was working with the Pentagon? They thought she was, but it seemed that Dr. Naomi Hunter couldn't be controlled so easily. What? We got a spy working in the Pentagon. He reported that Dr. Hunter altered Fox Die's program just before the operation, but no one knows how or why. I heard Richard's impatient grunt beside me. Is that what you had Naomi arrested for? To discover why she did what she did? Snake challenged. Oh, wait, no, that's another line that's fucked up. What does he say? Very good, it's disappointing that it was nothing more than a run-of-the-mill revenge scheme. What the fuck is this translation, man? Hold on, where are we in that dialogue? Because I just cannot with this translation of it. It's just wrong. Oh, that's right. No doubt. But I had no idea she was motivated with such petty revenge. We still don't know what changes she made to Fox Eye's program. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I already added the Fox-Tie vaccine to my list of White House demands. There's a vaccine? There must be, but that woman is the only one who really knows. Anyway, it might prove to be unnecessary. Why is that? You were successful in coming into contact with all of us, so we must have been exposed to the virus. It's true that the Armstead president and Decoy Octopus were killed by Fox-Tie, but Ocelot, myself, and you, the carrier, were apparently unaffected. A bug in the virus's programming? Who knows? No. Could be. In any case, if it doesn't kill you, then I'm not worried either. After all, our genetic code is identical. So it's true, you and I are... Yes, twins. But we're not ordinary twins. We're twins linked by cursed genes. Les enfants terribles. You're fine. You got all of the old man's dominant genes. I got all the flawed recessive genes. Everything was known that you would be the greatest of his children. The only reason I exist is so they could create you. Blah blah blah. What the fuck is this dialogue, dude? I was the favorite, huh? That's right. I'm just leftovers of what they used to make you. Can you understand what it's like to know that you're garbage since the day you were born? But I'm the one father chose. So that's why you're so obsessed with Big Boss. Some warped kind of love. Love? It's hate. He always told me I was inferior, and now I'll have my revenge. You should understand me, brother. You killed our father with your own hands. You stole my chance for revenge. Blah blah blah. Now I'll finish the work the father began. I will surpass him. I will destroy him. This is bullshit here. Okay. You're just like Naomi. Well, I'm not like you. Unlike you, I'm proud of the destiny that is encoded into my very genes. Nyah! Liquid ended his proclamation by leaping into Metal Gear's cockpit. Snake fired a burst from his SOCOM, but the bullets ricocheted off Metal Gear's armor. What? He did? Okay. Damn! Snake gnashed his teeth as Liquid called out mockingly from his cockpit. Snake, your blood will be the first to be split by this glorious new weapon. Consider it an honor, a gift from your brother. Metal Gear in activation mode started to stir. A high-pitched noise like the whine of a turbo engine began to sound as Liquid's voice boomed out of the amplifier. With some other wrong line, I'll assume. I'll give you an advance of showing of what the fuck? Now I'll show you the power of the weapon that will lead us into the 21st century. It's moving. Metal Gear struck a Snake like a living thing. Its state-of-the-art composite armor was virtually impregnable, but to all but high-yield explosives like heat, high-explosive anti-tank. But Dr. Emmerich had advised Snake to take out the radome and knock the sensors offline in a bid for survival. Snake struck again and again, but he was fighting a difficult battle, given Metal Gear's immense firepower and agility. Just sidestep. I don't know what the fuck this translation is. I'm not reading that shit. Finally, one of Metal Gear's huge feet lashed out towards Snake in a crushing blow. It's time to die, Snake. What the fuck? It's time to die, Snake. Liquid called out. No, he didn't. Nice try, Snake. Die! Liquid called out. The foot hit the floor with a deafening crash. Snake, however, had escaped. Someone had pulled him out of the foot's path at the least. What? Gray Fox doesn't stop the... Oh my god. Wait, Gray Fox moves Snake out of the way instead of blocking Rex's foot. No way. No fucking way, man. Okay, so you're just categorically wrong. Okay. Get out of here now. The voice was a familiar one. Gray Fox, Snake cried out. The ninja, or rather Gray Fox, launched a fiery arc towards Metal Gear, destroying the radome. The tank froze in confusion for a second, and Snake and the ninja found cover during that brief lull. Fox, why? What do you want from me? I'm a prisoner of death. Only you can free me. Fox, stay out of this. What about Naomi? She's hell-bent on taking revenge for you. Naomi, you're the only one who can stop her. No, I can't. Why? Because I'm the one who killed her parents. I was young then. I couldn't bring myself to kill her too. I felt so bad that I decided to take her with me. I raised her like she was my own blood to soothe my guilty conscience. Even now she thinks of me as her brother. Fox. From the outside, we might seem like a happy brother and sister, but every time I looked at her, I saw her parents' eyes staring back at me. Tell her for me. Tell her that I was the one who did it. Many former child soldiers are permanently traumatized by their horrific war experiences. It was possible that Gray Fox's compulsions, whether it was taking in his victim orphan child or returning again and again to battlefields with Big Boss, had its roots in his childhood scars. There you are. Hey, they got the line right. Liquid called through Metal Gear's speakers. A concentrated volley of Vulcan cannon fire followed, the rounds closing in on Snake and the ninja. It's almost time to finish this. What? No. We're just about out of time. Here's a final presser from Deep Throat. I'll stop it from moving. Fox! Before Snake could stop him, Gray Fox leapt into the open and went for Metal Gear. We could hear the roar of Metal Gear's Vulcan cannon. Gray Fox's reinforced exoskeleton gave him a faster reflex, and he dodged the volley. But the next second, his body had been plucked up by Metal Gear's massive jaw. What? No arm getting cut off? Okay. Fox, Snake's shout reverberated throughout the hangar. Metal Gear's engine revved louder, and Fox's reinforced exoskeleton cracked audibly. How strong is that exoskeleton of yours? Oh, fuck, man. Are you going to abandon him? What? Snake, are you just going to sit by and watch him die? Liquid taunted, but Fox was far from dead. Actually, he was pretty close, but okay. Wait a second. A cornered fox is one of the most dangerous animals? What the fuck? And they don't even have Liquid's line about hunting foxes. That's what it responds to, yeah? Okay. A cornered fox is one of the most dangerous animals. Laser fire burst from Fox's right arm, and Metal Gear's radome exploded. Liquid was now blind. Since Metal Gear's cockpit was completely sealed from the outside, they didn't give you a fox rank for nothing, old comrade. But this is where it ends. What the fuck? Impressive! You are indeed worthy of the code name Fox. But now you're finished. Let me just fix that for you. Liquid's unamplified voice called out. He had apparently discarded the cockpit hatch to use his own eyes and ears in lieu of sensors. The next thing we heard was an explosive crash. Was Gray Fox now under Metal Gear's foot? My fear was confirmed by the ominous and unmistakable sound of Fox's reinforced exoskeleton creaking under pressure. They skipped the thing with Snake and the Stinger, not fighting the Stinger. At the same time, we heard Fox's gasping voice. Finally, I can finally die, and with you as my witness. After Zanzibar land, they took away the fight for me. I wasn't dead, but didn't feel alive. So futile, for such a long time. but it's finally. What the fuck? Excuse me? Sure, that's what Fox said. Fox's voice was down to a whisper now. Snake, we're not just tools for politicians and generals. All I did with my life was fight, but at least it was my choice. Snake, farewell. With a dull crunch, his reinforced skeleton finally gave away. It's weird because they repeat that in the main game, so why would they translate it separately for this? Unless someone. Fuck it, whatever. The translation is just tragic. I just leave it at that. Fox! Snake screamed. Liquid laughed. He was a fool. It was over the moment he begged for death. When death is entreated, the battle is decided. He ground Fox's battered corpse underfoot with Metal Gear, then bellowed. Do you get it now? You can't protect anyone, let alone yourself. Die! Metal Gear's Vulcan cannons roared into action, but with all sensors offline, the fire lacked its previous accuracy. Robbed of his old friend and comrade, Snake gave free rein to his rage. Taking up a Stinger missile launcher, and he did some backflips. He fired a liquid, Stinger exposed in his cockpit. It was a direct hit. Even the composite armor could not protect against a shot that penetrated into the cockpit itself. Its piloting system destroyed, Metal Gear abruptly spun out of control and pitched towards the ground with a deafening screech. Massive explosion followed seconds later. Sleeping late as usual, eh, Snake? Snake, caught in the blast, was bodily thrown across the hangar and knocked unconscious. Snake was still out cold, but his radio was online. We could hear smaller explosions from the wreck of Metal Gear, and the sound of flames greedily sucking up the leaking fuel. Snake showed no signs of coming around. With his other clone floating in the air behind him. A few minutes later, a sound of footsteps emerged from the general chaos. It was moving towards Snake. There was a faint murmur. Snake, it's not over yet. It was Liquid's voice. Snake! I yelled into the radio, but Snake did not stir. Isn't there any way to wake him up? I asked Richard, but he shook his head. Liquid had reached Snake's side, and to our surprise, picked up Snake's limp body. He started to carry Snake, heading in the direction of Metal Gear's prone form. We listened, helpless, in a tense silence. It was Snake's battle. There was next to nothing we could do. Liquid had now climbed onto Metal Gear's back, where he carelessly laid Snake down. He apparently planned to simply wait for his adversary to regain consciousness. So, Liquid said. Snake was so out of action. I know you're listening. We have a radio implant in this one. It was clear Liquid was talking to us. You think you pulled off Fox Die? Think again. You're never going to kill me with a thing like that. Never. The knowledge that he was already infected with the killer retrovirus made no difference to Liquid Snake. It was a force of will that commanded respect. You have no idea how excited I am, knowing that you're still out there. Revenge is a candy I've been deprived of too many times. What the fuck? The hatred in Liquid's voice was chilling. You, patriots. At that moment, Snake let out a groan. He was starting to surface. He's almost ready. Listen, all of you. When I've settled the score with this one, I'm coming after you next. I'm going to end your miserable lives in a way that'll make even the Reaper's stomach turn. Yeah, that was all when Snake was passed out. Conveniently. I'll look forward to it, Richard murmured starkly. Snake groaned again. He was apparently awake. Sleeping late as usual, eh, Snake? The exact opposite, but whatever. Liquid said Snake conversationally. Liquid, you're alive. I won't die as long as you still live. Yeah, we gotta correct more dialogue here. Too bad. It looks like your revolution was a failure. Just because you've destroyed Metal Gear doesn't mean I am done fighting. Fighting? What are you really after? A world where warriors like us are honored as we once were, as we should be. That was Big Boss's fantasy. It was his dying wish. When he was young during the Cold War, the world needed men like us. We were valued then. We were desired. What the fuck is that? Ugh. What else does he say? But things are different now. With all the liars and hypocrites running the world, war isn't what it used to be. We're losing our place in the world that no longer needs us. A world that now spurns our very existence. You should know that as well as I do. There it is. You will become a dinosaur, no longer useful. Snake had no reply to Liquid's entreaty, and wondered whether Liquid's words have found their mark. I wondered. The prototype nuclear warheads will provide me with leverage to acquire my campaign funds. What the fuck? What? Campaign? Uh, Whatever. The funds will make more global acts of terrorism possible. Violence begets violence. But in the end, it had to be this way. And his complacent world will erupt into confusion. What the fuck, man? Um, yeah, let's. Uh, I refuse to go by this. So the campaign funds and the fucking Rising song can pass on that. After I launch this weapon and get our $1 billion, we'll be able to bring chaos and honor back to this world gone soft. Conflict will breed conflict, new hatreds will arise. Then we'll steadily expand our sphere of influence. But as long as there are people, there will always be war. But the problem is balance. Father knew what type of a balance was best. Is that the only reason? Isn't it reason enough for warriors such as us? I don't want that kind of world. Ha! You lie. So why are you here then? Why do you continue to follow your orders while your superiors betray you? Why did you come here? Snake could not answer. Well, I'll tell you then. You enjoy all the killing. That's why. What? Are you denying it? Haven't you already killed most of my comrades? That was. I watched your face when you did it. It was filled with the joy of battle. You're wrong. There is a killer inside you. You don't have to deny it. We were created to be that way. Created? Les enfants terribles. The terrible children. That's what the project was called. It started in the 1970s. Their plan was to artificially create the most powerful soldier possible. The person that they chose as the model was the man known then as the greatest living soldier in the world. Big Boss. But father was wounded in combat or already in a coma when they brought him in. Let's see what it says here. Big Boss was, however, incapable of reproducing as a result of past war injuries, so they shot out his ball sack. But in MGS1, he was in a coma, because... okay. So they created us from his cells, with a combination of 20th century analog cloning and the super baby method. The super baby method. They fertilize an egg with one of father's cells and let it divide into 8 clone babies. Then they transfer the clones to someone's uterus and later intentionally aborted 6 of the fetuses to encourage strong fetal growth. You and I were originally octuplets. Octuplets? Snake was clearly taken aback. Yes, the other 6 of our brother were sacrificed to make us. We've been causing death and destruction even before we breathed outside air. What the fuck? We were accomplices in murder before the day we were even born. So it was you and I, 2 fertilized eggs with exactly the same DNA. But they weren't finished yet. They used me as a guinea pig to create a phenotype in which all the dominant genes were expressed. To create you. I've got all the recessive genes. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I'm not even looking at it. You took everything from me before I was even born. But you and I aren't his only children. What? The genome soldier. They too are his progeny, carrying out his genetic legacy. But they're different. They're digital. With the completion of the Human Genome Project, the mysteries of humanity were laid bare. Thanks to Father's DNA, they were able to identify more than 60 soldier genes responsible for everything from strategic thinking to the proverbial killer instinct. Those soldier genes were transplanted into the membrane, the members of the next generation special forces. That's how they became the genome soldiers. That's right. They are our brothers, created artificially through the alignment of nucleotides to mimic our father's genes. They too are the product of numerous sacrifices. Blah 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 blah. Bullshit translation of these lines. Okay. Sacrifices. Human experiments. 1991, the Gulf War. The military secretly injected soldiers with soldier genes. The Gulf War syndrome that hundreds of thousands of returning soldiers complain about was a side effect of it. Ha! Everyone knows that the Gulf War syndrome was caused by exposure to depleted uranium used in anti-tank rounds. Ha! That was just a cover story issued by the Pentagon. First, they tried to say it was post-traumatic stress disorder, then chemical or biological weapons. The poison gas detection unit and the anti-sarin injections, they were all just a cover-up for the secret genetic experiment. So then, the so-called Gulf War babies have been reported by Gulf War veterans are, yes, they too are our brothers and sisters. So the genome soldiers mean that the experiments were a success? Success? Don't be a fool. They're a complete failure. We are on the verge of extinction. What? Have you ever heard of the asymmetry theory? Nature tends to favor asymmetry. Those species which have gone extinct all show signs of symmetry. The genome soldiers suffer from the same problem, signs of symmetry. As do I. Wait, so do I. As do you. This is bullshit here. That's right. We're all on the verge of death at the genetic level. We don't know when or what type of disease will occur. That's why we need the old man's genetic information. You want Big Boss's DNA so you can save your family? That's very touching. In nature, family members don't mate with each other, and yet they help each other to survive. Do you know why? It increases the chance of their genes will be passed on to a new generation. Altruism among blood relatives is a response to natural selection. It's called the selfish gene theory. Blah blah blah. Okay. You're telling me that your genes are ordering you to save the genome soldiers? Snake said skeptically. You can't fight your genes. It's fate. All living things are born for the sole purpose of passing on their parents' genes. That's why I'll follow what my genes tell me. And then I'm going to go beyond. in order to break the curse of my heritage. And to do that, first, I will kill you. Look behind you. Meryl, Snake exclaimed. Is she alive? I'm not sure. She was alive a few hours ago. Poor girl kept calling your name. Liquid said, coolly. Meryl, stupid woman. Falling in love with a man who doesn't even have a name. I have a name. No, we have no past, no future, and even if we did, it wouldn't truly be ours. You and I are just copies of our father, Big Boss. Instructions written in our father's genomes. What the fuck? Let Meryl go. As soon as we finish our business, we're almost out of time. You're talking about Foxeye? No. It seems that now that the Pentagon knows that Metal Gear is destroyed, they were right with the decision. They wouldn't even need a BDA. If you want the details, why don't you ask your precious Colonel Campbell? Snake raised Campbell on the radio. Colonel, can you hear me? Yes, I'm listening. What is the Pentagon trying to do? Colonel, answer me. The Secretary of Defense has taken over active control of this operation. He knows his way there by AWACS. What for? To bomb the place. What? Not only that, B-2 bombers just lifted off from Galena Air Force Base. They're carrying big 6113 surface-piercing tactical nuclear bombs. What? Metal Gear is destroyed. Tell the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary of Defense heard that Naomi double-crossed us, and he's worried about Foxeye. Now that there's no more danger of nuclear strike from Metal Gear, he's going to do whatever is necessary to cover up what really happened here. He's going to drop a nuclear bomb to vaporize all the evidence, along with anyone who knows anything? Don't worry, Snake. I'll stop the nuclear strike. How? I may only be a figurehead here, but I'm still officially in command of this mission. If I issue an order to delay the strike, it'll confuse the chain of command and at least buy you some time. It'll give you a chance to escape. Richard called for one of his men over, muttered an order. There was little doubt that it was for Campbell's arrest. Snake and Campbell, ignorant of the roomful of ears who were listening in their exchange, were still talking. But Colonel, if you do that... It's okay, Snake. The truth is, Foxeye was already a subject of an undercover investigation. Meryl was transferred to his base just before the terrorist attack, as a way of manipulating me. Those bastards, Snake broke off in disgust. I'm sorry. They forced me to cooperate in exchange for her life. You better get out of there, Snake. Are you sure? It'll be bad for you. Don't worry. It's the least I can do after all the lies. Colonel, I'm ordering them to cancel the bombing run. After that, there's no turning back. What are you doing? Campbell gasped. It seemed that Richard's men were trying to restrain him. The only thing that we could hear over the radio were gunshots and unintelligible noise. I was once again a helpless spectator in a life-or-death struggle. Mei Ling burst in abruptly, as though she had seized the microphone. Hey, Cliff, man. Thank you for the resub. Snake! Mei Ling! What happened to the Colonel? Is that even the right line? It is. Okay. I don't believe it. What happened? Snake, the Colonel. Roy Campbell has been relieved of duty. This is the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman. Put the Colonel back on. He has been placed under arrest for leaking top-secret information and for the crime of high treason. Ridiculous. Yes, he's a ridiculous man. He truly believed he was in command of this operation. You bastard. There won't be a speck of evidence left. I'm sure the President will want the same thing. The President ordered this? The President is a busy man. I have complete authority here. How do you plan on explaining a nuclear attack on Alaska to the media? Don't worry. We prepared a convincing cover story. We'll simply say that what the fuck is it, the line? We'll simply say that the terrorists exploded a nuclear device. Smart. You'll be murdering everyone here. The scientists, the genome army, everyone. Donald, the DARPA chief, is already dead. So you didn't mean to kill the DARPA chief after all. He was my friend. And you could care less what happens to everybody else, huh? Well, if you give me the optic disc, I might consider saving them. What are you talking about? Metal Gear's test data. Donald was supposed to bring it back. I don't have it. I see. Oh well, that's okay. You too are an embarrassment from the 1970s. Our country's dirty little secret. You can't be allowed to live. Well, the bombs will be dropping soon, and you two have a lot of catching up to do. Farewell. The transmission ended. There is no way out for us. Let's finish this before the airstrike. I heard Liquid laugh as he approached Snake. Snake rose to his feet. You stole everything from me. Only your death can satisfy me. Only your death can return to me what is rightly mine. Blah blah blah. Okay, how about you, Snake? The two snakes closed into one another. The final battle was about to begin. Snake and Liquid had engaged each other in a fierce hand-to-hand combat, but Richard had other things to attend to. He had one of his men open a radio channel. Yes, what is it? I realized with surprise that the person he had called was none other than the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman. An airstrike was an unwise decision. Richard sounded displeased. With a nuclear-armed stealth bomber airborne, a complete cover-up is no longer an option. They are not happy with this. It's the only way to destroy the evidence. The results will bear out the correctness of my decision. There will be no results. I already aborted the airstrike. How dare you? Houseman started to roar, then suddenly pittered out. He no doubt had remembered the powers that be that stood behind Richard. What do you intend to do then? He asked with barely suppressed rage. There is another viable way to salvage the situation. Make me take the fall? I don't think so. Houseman's voice shook with fury. Richard sighed exaggeratedly. You don't think so? It seems, Mr. Secretary, that Colonel Campbell is not the only one who truly believed he had any real say in this mission. What are you saying? I heard a sound of scuffling on the other end. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get your hands off me! Houseman had apparently been restrained. It was exactly the same scenario that had played out during Campbell's arrest. And then they also do this to Ames himself. You have several choices. Richard explained with something resembling pity. It's up to you which ending this particular story has. I myself would suggest a quiet retirement from public life. You'll pay for this, Ames. I swear to God. Houseman spat out as he struggled vainly against his captors. Personally, I don't condone rough measures. I hope you'll come to the same decision. Richard ended the call. The transmission from Shadow Moses was still active. Liquid's dying scream tore through the speakers. Looks like things are wrapping up nicely over there, Richard murmured. Richard cleared all of the personnel out of the study. We were now alone. I could hear Snake and Meryl over the wires. It seemed that he had succeeded in rescuing her in time. Now the question is, what am I going to do with you? Richard said as he turned away from the radio. The time had come for me to make my move. I walked up to my computer. This machine has been recording everything that went on in the study and relaying it to a remote location. Once there, the data was immediately backed up in an optical disc. It was no bluff. It was just a more covert version of a real-time remote conferencing system. Because of my work, I frequently must acquire information from such unsavory types as black market, arms dealers, and mafia members who specialize in plutonium smuggling. The recordings were my standard insurance policy. I already sent a message to the collocation administrator. He'll give the disc to my media contact if he can get in touch with me by a certain time. That had been the mail I'd secretly sent from my PDA earlier. If anything happens to me, the contents of the disc will be all over the world. But Richard was unfazed. I started to feel apprehensive as he calmly lit another cigarette. You mean this disc? He took out a shining optical disc from his inside jacket pocket and slid it into my PC's drive. A few quick clicks of the mouse and the playback started. I stared at the slightly grainy footage, horrified. The audio seemed overly loud in the silent room. You should be hearing from him soon. Wait, what? Oh, that's the beginning again. You clear on how to use the radio? Richard's voice was raspy in the playback, but it was definitely the data that I had secretly collected and sent out. How? You shouldn't underestimate me, Richard said as he ejected and pocketed the disc. Everything in this house has been vetted and monitored since the operation started. Nothing got in and out without my knowing about it, including electronic signals. That email you sent from the bathroom never got to its destination. He'd seen right through me. With that realization, I felt strength leaving my body. But the game was up. But even if you had managed to get this data out into the world, that would have guaranteed your safety. No one would have believed yet another conspiracy theory, least of all the press. Your people would have made sure of that, I'm sure. Instead of answering, Richard stubbed out a cigarette and slid his right hand inside his jacket. There was an awkward bulge there in the clean line of his tailored jacket. It was where he kept his gun holstered. Cold sweat trickled down my back. I was slowly backing away from Richard, and I did not even realize the fact until my back hit the wall. There was no way out. Are you really prepared to kill me? I could not hide the tremor in my voice. You should know the answer to that, he said quietly, looking me straight in the eye. Then he pulled his hand out from under his jacket, and I instinctively shut my eyes. But even after what felt like an eternity, the muffled shot and the pain I was expecting did not come. I merely opened my eyes and saw what was in his hand. It was not a gun, but a disc. Everything you ever wanted to know about Foxeye. Richard walked up to me and placed a disc in my hand. As I said, a recording of what took place in this room won't guarantee your safety. There is no solid proof, just talk. It can easily be denounced as fabrication and covered up. But the Foxeye data is a different story, he continued. This disc contained everything about that project, from its origins to the names of every individual involved. As long as you have this as insurance, they won't be able to touch you. Why, Richard? He did not answer my question. You better get out of here quickly. Your car is just out back. What about you? That's not something you need to worry about. But you don't need me, Nastasia, and I have things to take care of. Why are you doing this? I asked again. You'll figure it out someday. Do what you have to do, alright? He suddenly held me close and put his lips to mine. As we broke apart after a long kiss, he whispered in my ear, I wanted to do this again, just one last time. Then he gently eased me away. Now go, hurry. There was gravity in his voice that allowed only one response. I nodded and sped out of the room. That was the last I ever saw of Richard Ames. After I fled from California, I went into hiding. There has been no sign of a pursuit for now. The terrorist incident on Shadow Moses Island came to a conclusion with the destruction of Metal Gear and the death of Liquid Snake. The United States government, however, has not yet officially acknowledged the incident. The roster of the dead included Liquid Snake, Psycho Mantis, Sniper Wolf, Decoy Octopus, and Vulcan Raven. Rover Ocelot's body was never recovered, while his personnel file was closed with a notation, missing in action. Foxhound had, in effect, been decimated. The survivors from the Next Generation Commando unit were all removed to the Pease Air Force Base in New Hampshire. Ostensibly for training, they just detained them. As far as I know, they remain prisoners there to this day. They imprisoned all the genome soldiers. The poor guys. Huh? What was that noise? Whose footprints are these? The government, the government has repeatedly denied allegations of genetically engineered super soldiers, but rumors that the research continues remain persistent. The deaths of Donald Anderson, DARPA chief, and Kenneth Baker of Armstech ended the development of a new Metal Gear. The Metal Gear Rex unit itself had been all but completed under Hal Emmerich's leadership, but my source at Lawrence Livermore indicated that the railgun warhead delivery system had not been fully operational. Apparently, there had been some serious issues with the railgun's targeting accuracy. This was, no doubt, the reason Baker had entrusted Snake with the exercise data. And Jim Houseman, the Secretary of Defense, had so aggressively pursued its whereabouts. The data is now lost, and the development program has been closed down. I dare to dream that the new nuclear delivery system will never see the light of day. A few days after the incident, I heard on the news that Houseman had shot himself. The suicide was attributed to a temporary nervous breakdown related to job stress. Supporting statements from the family and subordinates were widely aired. The airstrike order for Shadow Moses was glossed over as an unfortunate evidence of the late Defense Secretary's unraveling mental state. I remembered Houseman's words from the final hours of the mission and thought I knew what had really happened. He had refused to take the fall and paid for the defiance with his life. The record of the Shadow Moses incident and the Foxdie data disk that Richard gave me are still under my vigilant guard. The Foxdie program data covers Naomi's careful analysis of the unauthorized reconfiguration he had made to the virus. The information showed that Snake was indeed one of the targets for the deadly retrovirus, but incubation period had been changed to a wildcard value. Even Naomi herself did not know when the virus would awaken within Snake. It must have been the best revenge she could think of, condemning him to live in this fearful limbo. Colonel Roy Campbell was released after the Defense Secretary's own arrest and is once again enjoying his retirement. Mei Ling also made it safely out of the mission and is back in academia. Dr. Hal Emmerich did not return to Armstech following his rescue from Shadow Moses. His whereabouts are unknown, but there is some indication that he made his way to England, where he has family members. Oh no! Oh no! He went to fuck his stepmom some more. After all, why not? Just go hit it some more while you're at it. Snake and Meryl appear to have successfully made it off Shadow Moses Island. I could, however, find no trace of them. I hope that the same is true for those who have an interest in seeing them silenced. Oh, so Otacon went back to hit it some more between MGS1 and 2. Cool. Naomi Hada was formally taken into custody after the incident's conclusion. 3 weeks later, as she was undergoing debriefing in a certain facility, she escaped. She has not been heard of since. Officials were close-mouthed about the circumstances of the escape, but inquiries into other quarters elicited the fact that somehow someone had broken Naomi out of the base. I knew of only one person who could have breached the base's tight security and successfully led someone to freedom. And then there was the matter of Richard Ames. I called in a favor and had an inquiry made to the DIA about Major Richard Ames. The agency responds whether there was no DIA personnel fitting that name and description. Buying my safety and freedom had been a costly act for Richard. It was there that I decided to go public with what I knew. By exposing the conspiracy, I may be putting myself in renewed danger, but I am through with being a spectator, an objective bystander. The powerlessness I felt watching Snake's solitary war on Shadow Moses has been a bitter wake-up call. This time I am determined to make a stand. This is my war now, to tell the truth about what happened on that island. That is my responsibility and privilege as a survivor, and a cause for which I am prepared to give my life. The end. Holy shit, we did it. So, Ames takes the fall just like Houseman, for what he did here, for letting Nastasha get away, and even providing her with the Foxeye data. So what they do to Houseman, making him take the fall and suiciding him, the Patriots also do to Ames in MGS2. And that's why Ames dies in MGS2. It's almost the exact same thing. But at this point, Ames was still an agent of the Patriots, pretty high up in their ranks. Interesting that he's a colonel by the time MGS2 happens. So maybe they gave him a promotion first, and then they sent him to die because of what he did. Alright, boys. Just about 4 hours with a few breaks in between. As you might imagine, my voice is a thing of the past now. So we're gonna take it easy for a while. I think we're gonna take another break. Maybe. But now I want. I can barely fucking talk right now. I think we should maybe do a big boss run before the story run, because then I can have sunglasses for it. I have been drinking a lot of water. We'll take another break. Let me see something. We'll play. Fuck it, let's play the making of MGS2. See if I can find it. Blah blah blah. Damn, there's only like. I guess it's only potato quality from back then. Okay. We'll do a dud while we wait.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president!
Ready grenades! A dud! A dud!
Get fucked, Raidens. The Raidens Genome Army.
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness? I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Alright, boys. I need a little bit of a break. So, we're gonna play the making of MGS2 and its glorious 480p glory of back then. Then we'll do a big boss run and then a story run. I know I should have thrown the big boss run in there first, maybe, but whatever. Let's see. I want the sunglasses, that's why. We need another playthrough and not save for the sunglasses to show up. So, and we also need to do a big boss run. So I'll just do a big boss run, then get the sunglasses, and then we'll start. Alright, let's... Now let's fix this. What the hell is wrong with this thing? Come on.
スネーク聞こえるかオタコン。
ああ聞こえるよ。だけど僕はオタコンじゃない。僕は小島秀夫だ。
何？
スネーク、実はまずいことになっているんだ。何者かが何かを企んでいるようなんだ。彼らはメタルギアソリッドが単なるフィクションであるっていう証拠をつかもうとしている。
奴らの正体を調べる必要があるな。
ああそうだ。彼らはついさっきこのディスクを送りつけてきた。もしかしたらこの中に答えが隠されているかもしれない。まあおおよその見当がついていると思うかね。 スネークらしき男が出てくると。コートをかぶって雨に打たれながら、男が歩いてくるんですけど、これがスネークかどうかっていう、それがユーザーの期待につながるんですよ。で、スネークかどうかを知りたい、ユーザーは知りたいんですけど、まだわからないですよね。でその、手がかりがタバコでタバコを捨てた時にスネークが見えるはずなんですけども、ステルスになってまた消えちゃうと。でここでまたユーザーの、期待をこうちょっと裏切って、で飛び込んで、着地した時に初めて実体化して、スネークが煽りで映って、そこでタイトルが出るっていうことで、あそこまでは前作をプレイしたスネークが大好きな人たちの、感情を揺さぶる、そういう導入部分です。
Who could have imagined that the most feverishly awaited video game in the world was born here? For 3 long years, behind closed doors equipped with protection systems, Hideo Kojima and his team worked in absolute secrecy on their project, shaping it with creative fire and anxiety. The original team of 15 grew to 70 to wrap up the most ambitious video game project of the early 21st century. Baffling twists, spectacular cinematic direction, charismatic characters, suspense and emotion. Never has a video game been so close to the world of film.
Are you gone?
かくれんぼとその缶蹴りという、遊びがありまして、今の子供はあまりやってないと思うんですけども、非常にこう友達と役割分担する、ことでですね、一転してこう逆転の立場になるんですよ。でその辺の緊張感というのが非常に面白くて、今もそうですけど、子供とかくれんぼはよくやるんですけど、非常に好きな遊びですね。どこでもできて、手軽な面白いゲームというか。
And that's where the revolutionary concept of infiltration originated. Kojima wanted to follow up on the success of his first opus, MGS2, but not by simply coming out with a new and improved version. He decided to perpetrate a sort of hoax.
シナリオが2本動いていまして、最初の段階で、タンカーではなかったです。空母編っていうものが最初に、考えて、空母編といわゆる移動する、閉鎖空間というか、そういうのがまずやりたかったと、それだけではちょっと物足らないということで、同時にもう一つそのプラントっていう海上施設っていう、前作はアラスカでしたけども、今回はその海の上に立つ、ある種の閉鎖空間っていうのを、設定して、でその2つのお話が同時に走ってたんですけども、でどっちを取ろうかっていう時にその2つを融合させた結果になりました。
Not only that, but Kojima and his team managed to slip in a few cinematographic references.
冗談なんですけど、前回がデイブとハルで、2001年宇宙の旅だったんで、今回は、冒頭タンカーなんで、タンカーといえば当時はタイタニックが流行った後だったんで、ジャックとローズ。
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
Here's another anecdote about the early development days. In the first episode, Lego were used to construct the levels. For the sequel, however, they were only used to define the volumes of the 2 action locations. During this phase, Mr. Kojima also tackled the writing of the script. Nothing was missing from this 800-page document. This was back in November 1998. Now his team could really roll up its sleeves and get to work. To motivate everybody, Kojima and the assistant director came up with what might be called an American-style idea.
特に企画の当初、先ほど話したように、上から下へ、情報が降りるだけじゃないんで、それぞれからまずアイデアを吸収したいということで、そういうノート、アイデアノートっていうのを作りまして、1日に最低でも1個以上、これは結構大変なんですけど、何か考えてこう書くんですよね。で、そういうたくさん溜まったアイデアの中から、監督の方が全部帳面を見てですね、これは非常に素晴らしいとか、これはもう一つかな。でそういう形でとりあえずふるいをかけて OK になったものをちょっと作り始めてみるんですけど、そこからもですねまたそれで OK にならずに、作っていく過程で面白くなかったらそれでまたどんどん落とされていきますし、でもうちょっと面白いアイデアなかったかとまた帳面を紐解いてみたりとかですね、そういう行ったり来たりで非常にああいうアイデアノートっていうのは開発の初期に、役に立つ、作り方だったと思います。
For instance, the idea of bombs that you defuse by freezing them with a special spray came out of these magic notebooks. So did the idea of being able to look around the corner of a wall to see better. All of these ideas were submitted by team members and approved by Mr. Kojima. So the concept has been finalised and the team thoroughly briefed. Now it's time to explore one of the game's greatest strengths, its realism.
Everybody say, Kojima is God! Kojima is God!
Before going into production, the KCEJ team went on location to do pre-production shots. They first went to New York to get shots that would give a clear idea of the setting. The team also toured ships whose design and colours would be scrupulously reproduced. Although the accurate reproduction of photographs is important, Mr. Kojima wanted Metal Gear Solid 2 to convey the sensations of dampness, cold and wind. Early in the development stage, this grand ambition was not really attained, as you can see on these first images. Then, gradually, the team refined its work. For instance, let's take the clever idea of the raindrops splashing on Snake's shoulders. And yes, the drops actually belong to the original character model, which avoids lots of useless calculations. Continue on the subject of effects, let's stop for a few seconds to contemplate the realistic treatment of water. The impression of immersion is perfect, notably owing to the presence of an incredible quantity of bubbles. These test runs for the flooding don't appear in the final game, but the initial intention was to use them.
E3 とかで映像であったと思うんですけども、スネークが濁流に追われるシーンっていうのがあったと思うんですけども、あれは最終的にボツになりました。技術的にはできたんですけども、ゲーム的に非常に淡白なものになってしまったというのがあります。逃げるだけで、濁流に捕まると、 ゲームオーバーになってしまうということで、それは泣く泣くというか、一番最後ですけども、ボツになります。
All of these settings and effects are very fine, but they wouldn't be worth much if you couldn't play with them. Mr. Kojima wanted to plunge players into a lifelike and realistic world. He wanted them to be able to exert a concrete influence on their surroundings. So a lot of time was spent modelling individual components.
Freeze!
A great deal of attention was paid to the realism of weapons reproduction, both in the offices and on the motion capture set. And while we're on the subject of motion capture, the most comprehensive experimentation focused on the behaviour of soldiers. The military consultant who worked on MGS1, Mr. Mori, was back for MGS2 and was able to avoid certain errors.
前作もそうだったんですけど、今作も、軍事アドバイザーを一人つけましてですね、その非常にそういう兵隊の動きに、詳しい人物に実際モーションキャプチャーに立ち会ってもらいまして、でそういう時には銃はどう構えるんだ、で我々結構映画から影響を受けてるんでね、銃を構えると、まさにジェームス・ボンドのようにこういう形で構えるんですけど、実際には銃は、銃口を上に向けたりはしないと、非常に危険なものなんで、銃は下に、下げた状態でこういう形で構えて、スタンディングを取る。
Furthermore, Mr. Mori gave explanations for these small gestures of silent communication, such as the little tap on the back.
この規模の単価を制御するには最低何人必要なのか。コンピューター制御だから18人くらいかな。
To help programmers better understand soldiers' behaviour, Mr. Mori had them act out situations in the corridors of Konami. As we can see, no stone was left unturned to achieve ultra-realistic behaviour, but that still wasn't enough.
戦闘中にプレイヤーを挑発するような行動とか、そういう行動を入れてくれっていうこともあったんですけども、結局モーションの量の都合とか戦闘中の都合であるとか、そういうところで入らなかったものっていうのはかなり多いようですね。リアクションですけど、はい。
Now that the setting is finalised and the enemies are ready to attack, it's time for the stars to make their entrance.
.一番最初に監督が今度どうしようかという話があって、その時に美少年を出そうっていうのが出てきたんですけど、監督が美少年や美少年やって言って、なんか最初冗談かなと思ったんですけどね。
We too thought it was a joke when after we'd played for 2 or 3 hours, we suddenly found ourselves playing as Raiden. This was a daring decision made by Mr. Kojima. He wanted to give the players a new perspective of Snake.
あとはやっぱりスネークっていうキャラクターをもう少し、深みを持たせたかったというのがありまして、どうしてもプレイヤーにしてしまうと自分なんですよね。スネークイコール自分っていうことになってくると、あまりキャラクターを描けない、そのプレイヤーに、従ってしまいますから、新しいキャラクターをプレイヤーにすることで、すごく、スネークを客観的に見ることができると。スネークが、それによって非常にかっこよくも見えるし、偉大にも見えるし、 ということですね。でその結果前作よりも非常にスネークをかっこよく思ったと思うんですよ。でその辺の仕掛けの効果だと思います。
Snake! Been waiting long?
To enable players to identify with Raiden, his character was designed with particular care.
ライデンのキャラクターに関しては真っ白なキャラクター、スネークでない、新しいキャラクターなんで、しんちゃんと打ち合わせして、真っ白なキャラクターでいきましょうということでその、純粋純白な、カラーが白っていうことです。
What the hell is that?
Yes, Raiden, it's your hair. And if, like me and some other people, you think all this design work left him looking a little effeminate, especially the eyes, then I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
Foxhound, sir.
Foxhound?
女性を描こうという気はないですから、おそらくトータルとしてそういうふうに見えるんじゃないかなと思います。ただセクシーな部分は欲しいんで、それがライデンであろうとスネークであろうとセクシーに見える方がベストだと思います。
Talking about sexy characters, Vamp is perhaps the best example.
Then he's all mine.
最初監督が吸血鬼を出すんや、これまた冗談かなみたいな形だったんですけども、確か最初は女性だったんですよ。バンプっていうキャラクターになる前にフォーチューンっていうキャラクターがその次に生まれて、女性と女性でこうなっちゃうと面白くないなっていうので男に変更しました。
Here's what Vamp might have looked like if we'd decided to keep the woman character. But it didn't take Yoji Shinkawa long to find a masculine source of inspiration.
黒い髪でロン毛にしたいっていうのは最初あったんですけど、でそれでイメージで描いてたら、ある日フラメンコのホアキン・カルテスっていうじゃないですか、それにそっくりだっていうのに気づいてですね、でそれを見て研究しました。
By the way, the music you're about to hear is a passage of the Vamp theme. As you know, Solidus and Snake came from the same cell, so the same physical model was used for their faces. Only the textures changed. When Yoji Shinkawa drew the face for Solidus, he was trying to imagine the way Snake's would look when he was 5 or 10 years older. But the most striking thing about Solidus is his armor.
そのエグゾスケルトンをどうしてもやりたかったっていうのが、こんな本当はねここまではいかないけど、このぐらいロボット的なパワードスーツっていうのが日本の文化としてあるんですけども、でここまでやっちゃうと、メタルギアでここまでやっちゃうと、あまりにも飛びすぎちゃってるので、ある程度メタルギアの世界の中でのリアリティを目指したパワードスーツというか強化骨格を、変えたんですよ。でその辺を、見てもらえたら嬉しいですね。
On the other hand, Olga is inspired by a character from MGS1 that you might have been expecting to see in MGS2.
オルガをメリルとイメージでダブらせて登場させたかったんですよ。でスネークは一瞬ためらいますよね、オルガを見た瞬間に。でそれはメリルとイメージが重なるんで、 銃を向けて、両手を上げろと。
But subsequently, Olga appears much more professional than Merrill had been.
で両手を上げろと言って、銃を掘って、オルガは腰に、銃を隠してるんですけども、それを、スネークは感づいて、こちらに回れって言うんですけども、その辺の駆け引きが、両方とも、いわゆる戦闘のプロっていうのを、ユーザーの人に非常に最初の段階で分かってもらいたかったんで。
両手を上げろ。銃を捨てろ。海にな。他に武器は腰のナイフも捨てろ。違う、海に捨てろ。その位置で回るんだ。ゆっくりな。
プロのようね。
あれはですね、いわゆる日本の時代劇のノリなんですよ。時代劇とか、何でしょう、西部劇ですかね。対峙してて、銃から手を離して、風が流れてて一瞬時間が止まる、そういう感覚です。
雨が止んだ。この国も捨てたもんじゃないわね。
One character seems out of place in this world of warriors, and that's Rose.
Rose, are you okay?
Yes, thank you. It really scared me at first, but I think I've gotten used to it.
According to Mr. Shinkawa, Rose represents Mr. Kojima's ideal woman, classy and intellectual. In fact, some of the exchanges between Rose and Raiden are inspired by Mr. Kojima's own experience.
あと4月30日っていうくだりなんですけど、あれはですね、初めてデートをした日にちなんですけども、今の奥さんにも同じこと言われて忘れてた頃があったんで、あれはどちらかというと僕の体験になりますかね。
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
その日に、結婚前だったんですけども、今の奥さんとですね、最初に会った日に、デートの約束をしてまして、僕はすっかり忘れてて、すっぽかしたということがあって、それで非常に危ない時期がありましたけど、そういうエピソードの、裏返しというか、そんな感じです。
Finally, we come to what is perhaps the greatest character in the entire game. It was created in a very unexpected way.
一番最初に発注を受けた時は、その水中でも活動できるメタルギアっていうふうに、監督の方から話があったんですけども。前作のレックスみたいにこの肩に大砲があったりレーダーがあったり、そうすると水の中で活動できないなっていう部分でどんどんそういう要素を表面から削ぎ落としていくと、結局こういう形になってより生物的なものになったんじゃないかなと思う。最初から恐竜っぽいのを描こうとしたんじゃなくて、結果こうなっちゃったっていう部分が大きいんですけども。
In MGS2, only one of Metal Gear Rex's weapons was kept. It was a miniature version of the cannon carried by Fortune.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this.
As far as the characters are concerned, it would be logical for us to stop right here. But if Mr. Kojima and his team had had a little more time, we would have been able to meet another character.
My father.
全身に入れ墨が竜の入れ墨があって、でもともとベトナム人なんですけど、ベトナムで育ったんですけども、ベトナム育ったじゃないですね。ベトナム人っていう設定で、チャイナタウンとかで育ったっていう、それでチャイナマンと言われてるんですけど、で体に、入れ墨があって、竜の入れ墨があって、その竜がこう外に出てきてプールの中を泳ぐっていうそういう設定でした、最初の設定。で僕もそうですけどスタッフもジェットリーとかが好きで、ああいうキャラクターを出したかったんですよね。
A Chinaman would have been able to run on water and walk on walls like in the movie Matrix. This power finally went to Vamp, who also inherited 1/4 of the Chinaman's abilities, but the show didn't stop there.
今バンプと戦うプールがありますよね。あそこはチャイナマンと戦うはずだったんですよ、もう本来は。だからあれはチャイナマンと、本来ならばバンプじゃなくてチャイナマンで、体の中から竜が出て水中を泳ぎ回るっていう、本当はそういう、設計でしたね。チャイナマン水中を泳ぐのが非常に得意ということで、水中での戦いっていうのが最初、あったんですよね。でそこで出血するとチャイナマンが飼ってるホウジロザメがいるんで、サメにやられてしまうっていう。だから最初の設定では泳いでいくところにサメとかがいるんで、サメを血でおびき寄せて、迂回しないといけないとか、そういう、ゲーム、システムでした。システムというか、設計でしたね、最初の。
Impressive, well-developed characters, directing on a par with the best action films. Now all that's missing is a score worthy of Hollywood.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
「メタルギアソリッド1」で1が終わりまして、次はもうちょっと、お金かけてゴージャスなゲームを作れるな、音ももっと大規模な音が作れるなっていうふうなことを小島と話してまして、次は、ハリウッドに音楽を頼もうということになりました。それで、どの作曲家に、音楽を頼めばいいかっていうので、かなり、悩んだんですが、リプレイスメントキラーという映画を、小島と2人で見に行った時に、その音楽の躍動感とかシンセサイザーの使い方のうまさとか、そういったところを、聞いて、この人を使いたいなということがありまして、ハリウッドのメディアベンチャーズに、ファンメールを送って、そこから話がスタートしました。
Next stop, the United States, to meet one of Hollywood's greatest composers, Harry Gregson Williams.
The first thing I knew about it was that I had, through the mail, I received a CD of a lot of my pieces of music from a lot of Hollywood action films. The Rock, The Replacement Killers, Armageddon, Enemy of the State. And someone had put together a lot of music of mine and put it on one CD and sent it over to me. And proposed that they would like their game to sound like and feel like a Hollywood action movie. And to do that, they'd like a film composer to do the score for Metal Gear Solid 2. So flattery will get you everywhere. And as soon as I received that CD, I realized I'd never done a video game before. Why not do it? And they seem like very decent people, so that's how I came to be doing it. All the music that I create is comes to life because of the pictures that I'm watching as I compose with film. So this is one of the reasons that this project appealed to me, because I knew that I wouldn't be composing music to moving pictures. I knew that my music would be put to the pictures eventually, but I would not see the pictures first. So I thought it would be fun to do it the other way around for once. So I had to have something to go on. So Hideo and his team described to me some scenarios and asked me to imagine the snake or one of the characters in a certain situation, from situations of tension, maybe being watched or watching somebody else. And he would give me a paragraph of words to describe what might happen in this scene, and I would write a minute or 2 minutes of music that I felt reflected this. I guess the main categories were action, sneaky, ambient, heroic, yeah. So if the player is playing the game and a melody starts, we can't tell what the player of the game is going to do next. So at any given moment, that music may have to be interrupted and another feeling be playing. So it was important with a lot of the music that it wasn't melodically based, just was holding a certain tension. It had light drums in it and atmospheres, so that the mood could change very quickly like this. I didn't know quite what to expect. I was amazed that of the skill at which someone in Japan, in Konami somewhere, has taken all the music that I wrote and somehow made it work with the pictures.
You have to admire the perfect symbiosis achieved between the music and the images. Not only that, but this particular passage was so right for this scene that it became Olga's theme, even when you don't know it's Olga. Listen closely to the first notes of the next sequence.
音楽でわかるっていうことがあるかもしれませんね、ゲームをプレイして忍者の正体が。
So each character has its own musical theme, which reveals their inner state of mind. They're like symbols, cleverly woven into the game, though some of them might need a little explanation. The first mystery to be cleared up is in the opening credits.
髪の毛の色とか目の色とか皮膚の色とかっていう、遺伝的なものが遺伝子に乗ってそれを伝えていくっていうのが前作の話だったんですけども、今作はその遺伝情報に載っていない部分、人の思想とか文化とか音楽とか、 歌とかですね、そういったものをどうやって伝えていくかっていうのがテーマなんですけども、その時に、過去の我々っていうのは石板とか文字とかですね、絵とか、音楽も含めてなんですけども、そういうもので遺伝子に載ってないものを伝え残してきたんですよ。でそれがどんどん改変されて人から人、時代から時代に伝わっていく過程で、伝説になったり神話になったりしてきたんですよね。
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on?
To understand what comes next, you have to wait till the end of the game.
We've always kept records of our lives through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations.
Another symbolic place, the rooms of Arsenal gear, which all bear the names of digestive organs.
あれはピノキオのオマージュといいますかあまり深い意味はないんですけど、プレイヤーが巨大な、生物というか、デジタルな生物に取り込まれてそこから脱出するっていう、意図だったんで、胃袋から入って、直腸に向かって脱出を試みる。オタコンに、エマの血がついてるんですよ、服に。でこのシーンは非常にこうスタッフ内でチーム内で揉めまして、チーム員の人は、スタッフはやっぱりその血をつけることを嫌がったんですけど、僕はやっぱりシーンにはエマの血が必要だということで、最終的につけてもらいましたけども。
What's wrong with EE? Emma? 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 Answer me!
美しく死ぬっていうことはまずないと思うので、エマも、暴力によって、死んでいくっていう姿をですね、綺麗に描くつもりは全くなかったんで、オタコンにそのエマの血がついているっていう表現は最後までこう何としても入れてほしかったっていう、そういう思いがあります。
EE?
エマとオタコンの関係っていうのは非常にこうタイムラグがあるんですよね。で何年も会ってなくて、で話す機会もほとんどなかったっていうところで、エマがオタコンに対してどういう気持ちを持っているかっていう、どこまでの感情を持っているかっていうのを非常に表現しにくかったんで、そのために、その道具としてそのオウムを出したっていう、そのオウムがお兄ちゃんと呼ぶことで、そのエマがどれだけオタコンのことを思っていたかというのを、その空白の時間を埋める、ためにオウムを入れたんですよ。
But the most symbolic scene in the game is certainly this one.
Damn!
今回、ライデンが主人公なんですけども、そういう、表現手法じゃないとできなかった展開 なんですよ。勝手に飛び込んでいくっていうのは、あそこが非常に好きなところ。
Liquid, stop this thing! Hey, Snake, you coming?
Thus, Snake manages to break away from the biological determinism that's been dogging him since birth, whereas Raiden, who is younger, remains the prisoner of his fate. We already see this idea in the opening credits, when the snake separates from the DNA sequence, a symbol of Snake managing to get free of his genetic origin. But the analogy between Snake and Raiden can be taken even further.
スネークとライデンの話ちょっとしますけど、ジャックとローズが出会ったくだりでキングコングとゴジラの話が出ると思うんですけども。
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler building, and then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler building was in Godzilla.
スネークというのはゴジラなんですよ。ゴジラは水爆実験によって生まれた、いわゆる人間が作り出した怪獣なんですよね。でスネークは、そのクローン人間なんでビッグボスの体細胞で作られた人間なんですよ。だからこれはゴジラなんです。でライデンは、キングコングです。手錠をはめられて、ローズという女の子を、その道具として使われて、都会に来たっていうか、だから2人は非常に対照的なキャラクターにしてあります。で最後はライデンは、スネークに助けられてというか、戦って、元の世界に戻ると元の人生を歩もうとするんです。でスネークはそうじゃなくてゴジラなんでメタルギアが存在する限りそれを追っかけていくっていう。
And finally, the last symbol in the game. In the following scene, Snake, the veteran who teaches everything he knows to Raiden before leaving, is Kojima.
Who or what they are.
Raiden, the apprentice, is no other than Kojima's team.
The memories you have and the role you were assigned are burdens you had to carry. It doesn't matter if they were real or not. That's never the point.
そうです。ゲームのテーマがおっしゃる通りですけど、次の世代に伝えることなんですけどね、僕はメタルギアソリッド1と2の開発において、若いスタッフにメタルギアソリッドの作り方とかノウハウとか、ソウルを、伝えたということで、メタルギアソリッド3を作るんであればその、若いスタッフに、新しいメタルギアソリッドを作ってもらいたいなとは、思ってます。
By the way, what is that?
From now on, like for Raiden, it's up to them to choose, to say yes or no to a sequel.
It's for you to decide. It's up to you.
But something tells me that the prospects are good.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? The first one I'm seeing is...
You limped to the vent.
黒糖の
The next image is...
Who's gonna do Snake?
I have a snake voice.
That's the codec.
僕だよスネークこんなんじゃない
That's the main theme of Metal Gear Solid.
スネーク実はまずいことになっている何者かが
Okay, that's good.
It's a seal of the credits. Olga for being Best Miss Wet T-shirt. Alright boys, let's do Big Boss Run for today. Back at it, boys. So this should get me the sunglasses for the story run. Okay, Tinker, Plant, European Extreme. Radar off. Game over in sight. Yeah, we had to do that anyway, so get the sunglasses ready.
All right, let's look at...
Not sure where the bomb threat D is going to be in Ames.
Freeze.
Now we're going in order. We did all the MGS1 stuff first, and then we're going through MGS2 content.
Freeze. Oh. Hmm? Who's there?
MGS3 is going to be a little weird because we can do all the unlockables, trophies and whatnot in one playthrough. But we'll also do the PS2 exclusive stuff. It's not an HD collection. So we'll do Snake vs. Monkey, we'll do the dual mode, we'll do the movie, the MGS3 movie, the Nightmare, Easter egg, all that stuff. Right now I'm playing on PS3, but we'll switch to PS2 also for some MGS2 as well. Fog.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
I can't believe I hit the bottle of ketchup or whatever it was on the table there. I shot a little too early. So that shot was supposed to hit the wall and distract the guy. Derp. Okay. We also only have 8 saves to do this in MGS2. That never happened. We denied the existence of that universe. Now everybody in it is dead.
All right, let's look at your...
I guess I'll be saving during this. Maybe after the tanker's done, we'll start saving.
Freeze.
Oh yeah, I was kind of working 1 through 4, no saves, and I had to start over a couple times. That's a project for another time.
Freeze.
Came really close once.
Who's there? Freeze.
Hope I'm still okay to do this after reading for that long. Chronological is just wrong. Okay, let's go get one shot by Wolga here. Ooh, she's fast. Okay. Come on, get stuck reloading. Come on. Yes. Fuck. Oh well, that's okay.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit. We've shared everything.
Okay. Ah, I shot too
I
early.
have no one. Not
That works too. As long as you don't die. I could have got stuck in a loop of reloading there, but I missed. Tactical faceplant.
Freeze.
Oh, come on, man.
Snake,
I didn't wait long enough.
Snake? Snake!
I really thought I did. Okay, we at least need to get through the tanker with no saves, because what the fuck? It's a waste of a save. Oof.
All right, let's look at your...
Unfortunate.
Freeze.
The enemy is attacking. Stay alert.
Freeze.
Who's there?
Freeze.
Well, Kojima always had those tendencies. There were just a lot more people telling it no in the development team about all the crazy ideas he had before. Really fast old guy again. Okay.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents.
We got one shot in this time.
We've shared everything. All the battle.
Come on.
I have no one. Nothing except the unit. Nothing
Kojima's diary during MGS2 was recently translated, and if you read it, it's pretty obvious. He was kept under control by a lot of people. All the crazy ideas he was going through. Then he got more money, more fame, more recognition, more yes men. And now we are where we are. Yeah, Olga's scary as fuck.
Freeze.
Now, I guess I had to wait a little bit longer here. Don't fuck up the engine room. I don't know about this. I have a bad feeling about this. Mow the guy. Quick, mow the guy.
Freeze.
Like mode.
Enemy on board. Maximum alert.
Understood. Assigning all personnel to the starboard entrance to the engine room.
We good.
Horizontal bridge checkpoint.
I don't know how to do those glitches reliably enough.
All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes time for the scheduled briefing session with the
Tengu's
Commandant.
a couple times.
You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
Hopefully I don't get hit here. Nice. Blood rush.
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows
It doesn't
the
count until you enter
specifications for
sniping?
Metal Gear.
Huh,
We're
funny how it
scared.
works.
So do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability.
Now we can be nice and lazy here.
Swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands.
I think he meets his Emma section.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are
How the heck does that even work? That's weird.
Blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will...
Wait, but if you do a tanker only run, it definitely counts, right?
This
You get
weapon will
Nighthawk.
render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal
Does it
Gear
show
force
up
think twice about their
if
nuclear
you do tanker
strategy
only?
in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
Oh, it's 0 alerts in tanker only. Ah, I never even noticed that. Oh, weird.
The shift in the balance of power
No
will mean
pants.
a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced
Camera.
by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable
Or if you do
fact.
plant only, you only get the
There's
2
a lot of
alerts from
pressure on
Tengus, I
Navy
guess.
brass, especially those with submarine and air background.
That's the 3rd alert.
Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes
Wait, does it
closer
count if you do
home
plant
than
only? Because, okay, it registers as sniping somehow. Okay, just sniping just adds an alert. And maybe this doesn't. What the heck? We the Marines.
We the Marines
I'm almost wondering if sniping counts as an alert, and this doesn't. I mean, effectively, that's what it does. Nah, I'm a filthy casual. I want to save him not here, actually. Yeah, I guess we'll keep that no sunglasses save. Moving on to main mission objectives. Right, the fish and mailed. Right on. From Chad. Okay, we'll do our plan save here. Well, minutes. What a waste of save. Right on.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter. Stay on the lookout. Who's there? It's him. Everyone, stay on.
The ghost of Big Shell Dick Slapper. Red B? Big blue apple Dick Slapper. We'll do the noob thing here and get the M9 early. One of the bad habits I need to take off in this game. Ooh, what about the package? What? I found a gun? There's no time for armed repair theories, Raiden. Oh yeah, we still need to fuck around with a song request thing. Well, next we'll have the story run, so that's not gonna apply. But for sure during some other grinding that we gotta do later in the other games. Yep, MGS4 35-hour chicken run comes to mind. And especially Peace Walker camaraderie and heroism farm. God, that's gonna be a whole thing. At least like a week of Peace Walker. Back at it, boys. Yep. Go get him. Time to curse the run by skipping the dud. Then I gotta make an Excel sheet for it again. We had so many fucking duds doing this. We'll manage. Ooh, we can skip Stillman's nonsense at least. But then I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen with Ames and the bomb and strut D. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to sit down and figure out the cases and all those formulae that go in it. And it turns out I added too much information to it last time. It was confusing me. Did the puzzle get 100% without all night? No. Simply put, no. Bye, Stillman. Next save. After bomb disposal, unless I messed up bomb disposal, and we'll save during it. Let's save here. Wait for this guy. Right on here. It's a very confusing topic. Oh shit. Oof, 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 oof.
There's somebody there.
God damn it. I could just wait for a guy to turn, but I'm stubborn. That's better. If you aim at him, he will notice, but you gotta get him quick. Because raising your gun actually lowers your camo index in this.
Freeze!
Pump room. A few seconds before he wakes up. I keep messing it up. What am I doing, man? What am I doing? Oh, he stopped snoring already. He's waking up. Run. Let's go, blue point grenades. Now we spray this guy in the face. Shoot him. Shoot the other guy. Get the bomb. Wait for him to turn. And go. Clean up this area, ciphers and mines, because it just annoys me. I don't want to hear about your poor name. What's up, Patty? 3 claymores. We shoot this guy around the corner. Or he might just barely notice me. He didn't this time. Let me get the hammer. Get the other 2 guys. Get the guy who walks there. Get the block. The other 2 cameras. And now the bomb appears. Almost like they timed it for this. Now get the fuck out. Hopefully I don't miss the roll into this guy here. Oof. That would have been ugly to miss. Get the bomb. The other guy might just barely notice me here. As I head back. Yep.
Who's there?
These nuts. Big jump here. Get the call from Rose, blah blah blah. Yeah, you're a bitch. Okay, bye. Put this guy down. Use my new box to crouch walk here. You get the guy on the way to strut D. Now we'll see what the fuck is going on with the bomb, because I'm not sure anymore. It might actually not be there because we're odd playthrough? No, even playthrough. Fuck, I don't even know anymore. Let me see what's going on. If it's not here, then we gotta do some other shenanigans. Bug. Okay, it's not there. Okay. The guy here as we enter. Get that guy. I guess we're just gonna be really late with the horse there. Get that guy. And now the new bomb location is here. So now what? Do I just get that guy before I jump down, or? I guess so. Figures what messed me up a little bit. Now we get the third bomb. Wait, oh, this is still here. I mean the second bomb. And then now that I'm a little late, before I get the third bomb, I definitely had to get the first guy again. He's gonna be awake, because I was fucking around with the other bomb there. Yep, there he is, just waking up. Refresh all the sleep timers. Yeah, that guy. Oof. Okay, now we're good. We're back to normal. So just radio in as we leave. Tillman, go play MGS2 in the desert. I can hike over deserts. Okay, get the camera here. Yes, I know there's a camera. The guy's facing this way. Pink Star, thank you for the 7 months. We get sensor B. And the last bomb here. Why don't you do it? Okay. And Snake just keeps spraying the bomb. Get that cipher again. flip the guy here. Leave. Put this guy in the face again. So do fortune. Yeah, man, the chocolate gallery mates are the best. The others are kind of gross. Why don't you do it? I'll go see for myself. Easy peasy extreme bomb location. Fortune. Who does not kill you in one hit? But Olga does. Reload. I'm gonna keep roughly between the barrels here, so she doesn't blow up. All these little things that happen in the background mess up the timing up. Fuck yeah. God, I saw it happen. Oh my fucking god. I was spamming select there.
What's wrong?
I noticed too late that the barrel was leaking. Damn. Ah, what a fucking way. So alert number is 0. Just like Platonic was saying, look at that. Alert number is 0. So the guard rush alert doesn't count at this point. Interesting. Fuck, man. We were just about to save again, too. What a stupid fucking way to die. Well, just a waste of like however long gameplay. We do it again. I was just about to go save with Batman. I figured we could do fortune, but you know what? I should have just saved it the first time I got hit. What a waste.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter.
Most likely wouldn't have needed to save Batman anyway.
What was that sound? Who's there?
That's okay, we simply deny the existence of that one universe. What a sloppy run. I should be able to at least get to Tengu's without saves, but I guess I'm not 100%. Well, bomb disposal is so fun, we do it again. It's, you better fucking save, Urban. And I didn't. Yeah, that's like the main bulk of gameplay there, the bomb disposal. It's bomb disposal and boss fights, mostly. I'm a fucking noob right now. It's probably because I skipped a dud. Well, at least we have the quick loading now. For a while. I'll fucking do it again. Quick dud skip. Well, now I don't have to double check the bomb and strike D at least. The run doesn't count now. Fuck it, with balling.
Freeze!
Get the freezing that guy. Oh, nice. The quick shot on the cipher too. Maybe we should put some Code Doctor tapes in the background. Where am I going?
Freeze!
My voice is shot for today. That was like 4 hours of reading. Maybe 3 when it breaks. Faster this time. The guy's not up yet. I even have to wait for this guy to turn. Usually I don't. Okay, not too bad. Million balls. Oh my god, Raiden, don't do that. Holy shit. My balls. Your balls. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's just say I made an OnlyFans. Deep Throat. What does that mean? Let's just say I made an OnlyFans. Cool to still have the cameras. Bomb where? Was one of our biggest contributors. Oh yeah, something of a, like if you play in 480p, the bomb doesn't appear. Some weird shit like that.
Who's there?
Forgot about that. Wonder if the Master Collection fixed it. And again, who would play the Master Collection in 480p? Nobody's gonna notice. Just send it. Okay, spread D again. Come on. Oh, we got him before he got up this time. Cool. It's actually like better with this bomb layout. It is a little bit call heavy at the beginning, especially if you know where to go, what you're doing. They take 2 steps, call. They're gonna do steps, call. It was supposed to be the beginning. For some people it was back then in Europe and Japan. If you tell the game that you haven't seen MGS1's ending. We'll go over that tomorrow, actually. Stop fucking falling. Damn, 11 rounds here again. I ended up with the same ammo count. Hey, what's up, Steve Crew? I'm feeling a little bit better today. But my voice is all shot from reading for like 3 or 4 hours. I probably sound like shit, huh? So I've been sick for like a week and a half. And we had a lot of reading to do for Snake Tales and the articles today, so it was just a little rough. I didn't know if I could get through it, honestly. It was so much reading. Every time I get sick, it gets to my throat first, then my nose and my sinuses, and then my lungs and coughing. That's where I'm at right now, which means it's almost over. It probably took a little longer than usual because I was streaming like 8 to 12 hours in between every day. Usually I try to maximize or minimize, I guess, my recovery time. And I don't really stream much when I feel like this. But I actually started this project before I got sick. And like 1 or 2 days in it, I got sick. I'm like, fuck. Like, I want to do a daily stream. I don't want to let it get in the way. Okay, let's not do that again. Here we fucking go. I just can't do fortune today, it would seem. The 2-shot burst mode, yeah. That's how she does it on Nook Stream when you're playing stream. Okay, I'm not fucking with that again. Usually I leave the stage with Batman, or even after Batman, but that's okay. Does the in-game timer stop when I pause in MGS2? I think it does, right? Platonic, to the rescue. If you're here, you would notice the IGT stops, right, when you pause. Hey, Bobovich, thank you for the 88 months. I think it's an MGS3 because of the survival viewer and MGS4 because of the menu. They don't stop. Shit, and pick up the ammo. Oh well, we'll be fine. Okay. Then that's funny because you can still move shit around with the map here. Yeah. I'm gonna take a couple minutes. Actually, let me make sure that I get through this first. Okay. I need 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Ooh, okay. Batman. Next we'll try to save at the Harrier, I guess. Wants to know if my fridge is running. Sure. What a question. It's okay if Fat Man dies when the big shell goes under anyway. Well, the vamp was gonna kill him anyway. A fortune was gonna kill him anyway. Or Solidus was gonna kill him. There's so many people who are gonna kill Fat Man. Once they realize he worked with the Patriots, there's just no saving Fat Man. Sorry. Bug. Oh my god. I'm so fucking dumb. I guess that was the first hit, technically. Missing all the doubles. Ugh. Oh, nice. He picked right here. Okay, he's doing stupid shit. Nice. And I missed another double. God damn it. Whoa. What's that? You only had one round in there? Shit. Oh my fucking god. They should have been over already. Fucking go down. Laugh and go fap. Let's move. Yeah, that was painful, those last couple hits. But he was doing stupid shit at the beginning, so I made up for it. Batman has been removed from chat. Biometrics. Crap. Biocrap. Metal Gear? It doesn't matter. Saved us trouble feeding him ourselves. Okay, bro, you don't do the thing where you pick the wrong item. AK, you want the AK. Sometimes I go for the PSG-1 when I need the AK and vice versa, and it's a bad time. Okay, brain, we want the AK. Don't go for the PSG-1. Oh my god. I wonder if that still works. Oh, I missed the first shot. A distraction there. Okay. Oof, oof, oof. Hey, Rose, gargle my balls. Okay, Jack. See you later. Penis enhancer. Yeah, I mean, all the snake tails yesterday. I didn't get a single parrot line. Oh shit, I wonder where the fuck Ames is gonna be now. We'll actually have to look for Ames. Hit run blocker. Oh, he didn't notice me crouching.
Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
There's so many fucking people in here on European Extreme. So many guards. Ames is gonna be somewhere. Now that we know Ames' background, it really changes your perspective on Ames when you read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. Where could he be? Oh man, what the fuck? Oh my god. Look at where he is. Look at this asshole. Oh man.
problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
What the fuck, dude? Oh no. I should get under the table maybe. Do it. Right here. What the fuck?
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1.
Oh man,
in the
come
Shell 1
on.
core.
Fuck it.
Your aims, aren't you? Your aims, aren't you?
Oh my god, I have to do it twice. Fucking aims. What are you doing there? My whole ass aims. Sorry, Colonel.
King.
You failed to carry out your duties. Slow doesn't care if you crouch. Actually, scanning to crouch there. Batman is banned.
Freeze! Freeze!
My balls. And dick. Uh-oh. Get the fuck out. Oh, man. I missed that M9 ammo because I panicked with that guy. We should still be okay, though. That's a little inconvenient, but I was actually kind of looking forward to picking up that ammo. But okay. It's okay. My balls. We want the PSG-1, please. Okay. My balls. Not my M9 ammo. God damn it. I should have just shot that guy in the face. Okay, here your save here. I call it a Harrier save, but really it's a sniping save. Because I'm too nervous with that. Oh, there's ciphers here. Oof. Oof. That wasn't even a good one. This one is. Holy shit, I felt really close. Did I miss that? The bombs before the Harrier, and then the fucking rocket pods during the Harrier, and then the jump after the Harrier. They're all butt clenching. One day I will learn how to get 4 or 5 hits on it. Yeah, that's what I mean. No way.
You're tougher than I thought. I'll let you learn in style. What the?
Actually, not gonna fuck that.
Try dodging this!
Run. We'll make diamonds from their asses. They're clenching. The machine gun now.
I'll shred you to pieces! What the? Is that the best you can do?
Knock louder. This knock is louder than the machine gun. Come on, Otacon, fuck off. Otacon, fuck off. Thank you. Don't do it. Okay. But rarely it will come back. This is more of a play best cheese.
Take this!
Ooh. Not over yet, though. We have the jump. No, I don't want to save. That will probably mean I'll fail the jump now. Alright. Ready to clench again. Clench the cheeks. Ooh. Okay. Using it again.
This is not a pretty sight. Hurry up and check the situation.
We're doing a tactical movements here, that's right. Pressed against the wall way in advance, because sometimes you flip off.
Oh, I'm going to go in my pants.
It's time for twists.
He's looking right.
Well, then we'll do a vamp save, I guess. Why do I have a feeling I'm gonna kill the president? Wake up. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. He actually did.
Stop it!
Damn it, I can only fly 2 hours. Yeah, if I see a missile flying around, I'll tell it to stop it. Yeah, those 2 seconds is a lot of ammo. Difference between 6 to 8 seconds. That's a lot of ammo.
This is...
And dead. This is card Dedge.
What? I took these photos 2 years.
Well, the Nikita in real life is just drones now. Bomb drones. Somebody should make a Nikita-shaped drone. Make it look at anything. People do flying ghosts for Halloween. Jesus drones, ghost drones. Why not a Nikita drone? Put a little drawing of the rocket propulsion behind it. Okay, let's not forget the PSG-1T, like that one time. What are you, an anime protagonist? Why do you refer to yourself in third person? Okay. Vamp save. Usually it's some girl character that does it in anime, actually. Freeze time. There's a lot of little things to keep in mind while you're doing the cheese there. But yes. I totally needed that ammo. Body armor. But somehow managed to flip, but not flip at the same time. Nanner machines?
Put your
ear against my ass and listen for my farts. You mean the bubbles are coming out right now? You're gonna just leave it there. It being Emma. Right. Oh, interesting. Did I pick up the PSG-1T? Yes. Okay. I was half considering using it to save some M9 ammo because I forgot to pick up some ammo, but maybe it's a bad idea. Come on, Emma, you're only drowning a little bit. Oh shit, that's right. Oh my fucking god. That's probably gonna cost me the whole run. And that guy's gonna look elsewhere, but it should be okay. Oh, I forgot about the one hit for Vamp. Yep, I fucking do it. I fucking do it.
Answer me!
Because that guy turned. Now that guy was looking at a different angle when approaching him. Yeah, the PSG-1T was a great idea. I'll just fucking pick up the extra ammo in the locker room. Fuck it. All because I missed that one thing. No, Fat Man again. We saved a Vamp. So that's why I wasn't too concerned about trying it, because we had a Vamp save. Or we could just do drugs. Wait a second. There's ammo here. I'm fucking stupid. I'm fucking stupid. There's ammo right here. GG. Okay, never mind. Now I fuck up the cheese, of course. Fuck it. Let's do it again.
Right. What's wrong?
I'll fucking do it again.
Right. Right.
Yeah, still alert 0. That was a learning experience. Oh, because I want full ammo for the Tengus. Because I'm not gonna do a skip. Oh my god, not Nikita. No Nikita this time. We managed to avoid drowning. Good job. A little more ammo. Escort. Everybody loves that. What a deeply troubled big boss ride. Ugh. I don't know why they put the claymores on the other side here. Yeah, not fuck around with the PFP1 anymore. But it really matters which way this guy falls down facing. The other guy.
Freeze! Freeze!
One last move. For the run.
Freeze!
No! Please.
It's tradition to shoot that guy in the PP instead of the head. Who knows, maybe one of the guys in the little room here has a mow too, but I don't usually hold them up. Get up. Damn it, Olga, you're supposed to be fighting Snake right now. Why are you sexting me? Damn it. If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. Okay. A little bit concentration required here. Don't accidentally equip shit. I'm so scared of accidentally equipping the special items. That's extra menu stress. What the fuck? This fucking flame. Ooh. That can't be it. There's gotta be another one. Really? You want to get the guy who appears exactly as I'm around the corner. Because if you don't, you'll see her. There's... Did I really get all the claimers there? Cool. Nice. Check some more for claymores, but I guess I got them all. Thank you for your contribution, Dim. Very interesting. Oh, it's nuts. The great debate. Ooh, you're nuts. Where the fuck? There's a snake. I'm fucking useless. Good job. Oh. Ammo. If maybe we can do at least angle one without, I don't know, saving. Get all the extra crap in here. Stun grenades. 9 ammo. Hidden. Yes, you want the ammo here. Last chaff grenade. Severe, thank you for the 18 months. Luckily, I left the floor on that bridge in a decent enough state. Now we gotta get punched in the dick.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Jack the Ripper? You know this fellow? You remember me, don't you? You've grown.
Fake Porsche.
High concentration of cerebral implants. Have they altered your memory, too?
Olga, you can't keep this up. They're bound to find you.
Listen, I'll free you in a little while. Brace yourself.
Ooh. Rose, I just got punched in the dick. Oh shit. Too inappropriate. Damn. Jejunum. Nothing will be shit in Parrot. Naked guy, cartwheeling.
Who's there?
What? when the mods are shit posters, we really do live in a world of terror. Damn. Quick. Enhance. Right on. You've been playing this game for a long time. Don't you have anything better to do with your time? Is there enough calls? I need scissors. 61. Been waiting long? Okay. Here comes the biggest bullshit part of this game. Oh wow, he actually got one. No. No. Oh well, at least it was far enough. No, no, what are you doing? Fucking idiot. It's always, oh my god. Did you just kill the guy with a kick? Oh my god, he just got hit like 3 times. Bug. He got hit again. Unbelievable. Yep, it's bad snake AI time. What? Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. Here might be a problem. Quick, shoot him in the dick. Please, Snake, don't be an idiot, please. Oh my fucking god. No, no, where are you going? Alright, maybe he's cool. Maybe he's cool. Sorry. Nice. Okay, maybe he's okay. Nice. Get this fucker. Okay, not bad. Could be a lot worse. It could be Tango 2. Of course, now that I've used saves everywhere, do Tango's first try. A waste of a good first Tango run. Maybe I spoke too soon. Yeah, Snake is getting fucking burned. Oh, he already got hit that many times this early in the fight. Okay. You really need to get him the M4. What is happening, dude? Nah, Snake is eating too much shit. Yeah. Now we gotta plan B it. There's no way. It hasn't even been efficient mailed yet, and he's already less than half. So we gotta plan B as soon as he gets close. No, it's a USP, come on, man. Oh my god, Snake, can you stop eating shit, maybe? I guess not. There's no way. We gotta put him down. Yep. Okay, plan B time. That's tough, because it's lower, but it's a lot safer too. Whoops. I have to do it so early into the fight, it's gonna take forever now. Hey, what's up, Mushroom? The snake was eating too much here. Too quickly. Not when Volgan exists. The whole Jaggerheart sequence with Volgan, or well, Skullface, I guess, is even more of an idiot somehow. Funny because this is probably the worst fight in the whole main series. More of them Tengus. Here comes the big one. Back at it, boys. So fucking ridiculous. There's so many of them. Oh.
It came as a complete surprise
That
when
first
Ocelot
smoke.
discovered the S3 data from GW. Not a bad idea, though. Using fire to fight fire, creating the perfect assassin to retire Solid Snake's brother. S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to artificially reproduce Solid Snake, the perfect warrior. The result is a Foxhound Commando. When Foxhound no longer exists,
It's random, because sometimes he's a fucking machine. And sometimes he gets stuck
sound like someone you know?
and eats shit.
I'm sorry to see you reduced to one of the Patriots' puppets. But I've made use of you, and their plan too. Solid Snake's sudden appearance, your arrival, it was obvious the Patriots were among my ranks. I had to smoke out the agent before the mission entered the final phase. You came in handy, as bait. Jack, those days during the Civil War were as real as they come. Every day was absolute, split between life and death. You ran from it, and now you've been led back to war by something less than real.
Hopefully there should be the last save. Like the vodka. The keeper was playing right. My cigarettes. Okay, let's dance, motherfuckers. Big picking Metal Gear. Metal Gear picking. Years. Nah. I didn't get him, really? Okay, then he's gonna jump here. Yep. Ooh, close. Wasn't looking at him. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, I shot down a missile. You can shoot him down with his finger. You can also cut him with a sword, but it's not advisable. Oh man. Yeah, like that. Love using that shit. Ooh. What is he doing? Shit, hello. Oh, what the fuck, dude? Weird ray. Oh, nice, he walked into it. Oh, that one's gonna jump up. Okay. Whoa. Holy shit, the frames. Oh, that's close. Alright, there's a bunch of weird shit happening. I'm not getting a good second target here. In between. All fucking moving. Yeah, the beam missiles are definitely the most dangerous attack. Oh, he was about to do it too. And again. Oof. And again. And again. He just loves it. Shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, man. Okay. I kept missing this one. So that meant that the other one could have potentially jumped on. The one behind you jumps on, that's bad. So it fucks with the camera, and it could potentially land on you and kill you immediately. Yeah, machine gun at non-machine gun range. Towards the end of the fight, we'll start doing that. Ah. On a weird angle. Okay, last one. You gonna jump or you gonna fuck around? Last hit. Hey, there he is. I'm just 4 guy. We're all getting a little worried. He didn't show today. Somebody should gift him a sub. What a fucking legend.
Are you awake yet, Jack?
Oh yeah, the
GW, the Arsenal
scuffed
AI
torture here.
is corrupted beyond repair. I admit that I underestimated you. I'll squeeze the answers out of you instead, my son.
Always take a little bit of damage, but it doesn't last too long. Okay, fuck.
What do you hope to hear? You know he doesn't know anything.
It's not him I want the answers from.
We'll do the PS2 torture as well, as part of the complete experience. Tomorrow we'll start big story run. Starting from the PS2 menu. It's the Tati Tutetel. Here's how to clean piss stains off the toilet. Wow, chat saved him. Okay. As long as the credits don't freeze, we should be okay. The soldiers is kind of a joke. Hey, Platonic, if you're still lurking, what did you mean when you said that this fight is harder on Extreme than Euro? I'm curious. I saw you say that in the chat, that this fight might be slightly harder on Extreme than Euro Extreme. I can't think of a reason why. Maybe he's not lurking. But maybe he'll hear it in the reborn. I don't play Extreme all that much, I guess. Maybe I can't tell, but I never really felt the difference. Don't let him get away. Other than not having rations here, I think the fight is... I don't think they even change anything. Kind of like the race. The only difference is that you don't have rations.
This is where it gets interesting.
We were discussing that, Colonel. Probably not. You can vocate yourself with it. Not now, Rose. Then we'll do it for free. Okay. They do give you a shitload more health for this fight in HD compared to PS2. Same with the torture. I think it fucked. Fucking with the torture also fucked with the fight here. Because I think that's when it changes your health pool. Yeah, because you get the refill for the torture. It's like they give you normal difficulty health instead of extreme. Because they made the torture the same on all difficulties in terms of damage, but the duration changed. So yeah, it fucks with the health pool at the end here. Alright boys, credits time.
Do you remember this place?
Of course. This is where we first met. I remember now. Today is the day I met you.
That's it.
You wanna vote kick the vote kick. Damn, he's gonna delete all your messages?
Along to the future.
What?
He said all living
Well, no,
things
it's not
want their
retroactively doing
genes to
that,
live
so
on.
it's
Are you
only
talking about the baby?
or whatever
Yeah.
is the screen at the time.
But genes aren't the only thing you pass on. There are too many things that aren't written into our DNA. It's up to us to teach that to our children.
What kind of things?
With the volume is gonna show, you can vote kick yourself with it, and then it disappears.
Poetry, compassion, sorrow, joy.
You better give me my damn
We'll tell them
trophy.
everything
Oh god, my
together.
voice, man.
Is that
Voice
a
breaking.
proposal?
This is for your ears only.
When do I get the trophy? Damn it. Just the ones on the screen at the time. Shouldn't be too bad.
I stare at the stars and the sky up above and think
Fucking crazy. I've been playing MGS2 for like 12 hours every day. For like 4 or 5 days. And we're not done with it.
am I hurt and pain
Almost as much content as Phantom Pain.
I feel with
I'm not even kidding, because it's like maybe 50-60 hours to do a 100% run.
on the streets below.
This isn't that far off. Then we have the big story run. Fuck, it has more content wise.
Will bring sun or rain. Which
The 500 plus beyond missions might have something to do with it.
will show? I can't say goodbye to yesterday, my friend. I keep holding on till the end. Out of the darkness, there is no other way.
All that fuss about open world bullshit, and then it's not even that much longer content than I'm used to.
That I'll find inner peace peace, not war, and dreams that I let slip
And of course,
away.
Peace Walker had even more, much more.
I'll find the joyfulness I'm looking for way back
But more FOBs.
Why can't each of us in the world ever see the best things in life are free? Little sounds of laughter, a warm hug, a smile, a kiss from you to me. I fall to my knees, I cry and I cry. Love, do not pass me by. Happy ever after, please stay for a while. Make time, refuse to fly. I can't say goodbye to yesterday, my friend, 'cause I know how good it has been. Facing forever, here I stand, come what may. Bring the old, bring the new, yesterday. It's there that I'll find inner peace, not war, and dreams that I let slip away. I'll find the joyfulness I'm looking for way back in yesterday.
Life isn't just about passing on your genes. There's also t-shirts and jackets and shorts and socks. And boxers. 5 saves, 3 force alerts. Where's my trophy, Kojima? I guess we'll give it a minute. There it is. Ooh, almost didn't save. Okay, so we'll have this as the no sunglasses save, and this as the sunglasses save. Extreme and E-extreme, so that's easy to tell apart. Nice. Alright, cool. I wish I didn't completely and utterly fuck my voice today. But between Snake Tales and Into Darkness of Shadow Moses, at least we got through it. So tomorrow we'll be doing a big story run. We'll start with the PS2 exclusive menu. We'll throw in skateboarding too while we're at it, because we're on PS2. And then we'll load up the sunglasses save we just made. And go through all the little stuff and all the little things in the game. And then we'll also go do some jumping around across different versions on PS2 as well. It's gonna be a big chunky story run, so it'll probably be 15 to 20 hours, somewhere in between there. So it's probably gonna be another couple days of MGS2. It's just that good. There's just that much good stuff. So, sorry I sound like shit right now. I'm gonna go get some rest, hopefully feel a little better, and I will see you guys next time. Thank you for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Oh yeah, we'll also have to do the whatever. We'll take a look at whatever trophies are left, and we'll do those. They're in a big run as well. Alright, cheers.